Welcome to Daredevil in the Details, a show that explores and dotes on the philosophy and themes of Netflix's Daredevil, a digression collection brought to you by A Method to the Madness and ZeroIndent. I am Patrick from A Method to the Madness. I'm joined by author DC McNeill.
Hello.
Hello.
Wasn't that magical? Did you have fun doing the intro?
It messed with all the things in my brain
Yeah.
that I come to associate as truth.
I felt that quite viscerally. Coming off of you as like an aura.
This has got me all fucked up now.
We're in the same room.
Yeah.
So that's unusual. We're on my new switchboard, which is unusual. We had to set up to film in person, which we haven't done in honestly since like the old studio, really. So this is all, this feels like a throwback, Pat, in a lot of ways. It's an old school one, and I'm just here to be an audience member today. So do you want to lay out what it is? I mean, I should say for everyone listening, for those who don't watch the video, we're in the same room. Pat is looking artistic as fuck in his lighting. It's extremely good.
Which David spent like half an hour on, by the way.
I did a lot of fussing and mother henning about it, that's for sure. And we are going to be covering Pat's Prospective Season 4 today. It sounds like the plan is we'll kind of go through half, we'll take a quick break, maybe we'll talk about some of what we have at that point, we'll get through the rest, and then we'll kind of talk about, where we land, and then I thought it might be fun at the end to regale you with some information about the program. That just sort of some behind the scenes stuff that I've been concealing from you.
Oh, goodness.
Because I'm a naughty boy.
That is very trickery of you. Yeah.
Or we'll be recording for so long that I'll forget.
Okay.
Who's to say?
We'll probably be down a couple Asahis by then, maybe. So
yeah, that's
it might be likely.
Yeah, that's right. You have to drive. I don't. So by the end of this, I could be incoherent. Maybe I'm just. You know how when you go to the theater and like at an hour, this is what we miss. When you're in a fancy theater and like an hour in, you can sort of go up to the bar before you walk into the film and you can say, "Hey, at an hour and 15 minutes, bring me another jug of beer."
Yeah, sure.
I feel like we missed I should have hired someone. I say, hour, 1 hour, 5 minutes of podcast. Bring me more beer, please.
That would be like, I just like look out the door. There's just someone standing there, like a waiter.
It's Mitchie.
Yeah,
I've flown him in. Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, I mean, I guess without further ado, is there anything you want to set up before we get started? Otherwise, I'll give a quick pitch of like. I got a few things I want to say first. But is there anything from your perspective you want to chip in here?
I just want to say, please be kind.
Yeah. Hey, listen. Don't come at Pat in the comments, okay? He's a good boy and we like him. Respect. Yeah. Here's what I would say. This is for us a creative exercise and an interesting one. It is in no way meant to diminish or come at whatever the kind of next iteration of the show ends up looking like, right? A very long time ago, when I was in Melbourne, I was staying with Gabe, who used to be one of the hosts of Movie Maintenance, which was a podcast where they would pitch, they would fix different films or they would pitch prospective legacy sequels and things like that. I wrote a pitch for that, never ended up getting aired for a bunch of like production reasons, nothing like. There's no drama there. It just didn't end up getting aired because the show ended before it came out. But I pitched a Batman Hush film based on the comic book. And I tried to fix the comic book into making it into a script. But that was very much a show where the reason they ended it was they kind of had this feeling of like, which I completely understand, which is after a certain point, you end up in a bunch of rooms with people that have worked on this stuff. And it's really awkward to be like, oh yeah, I said your film was shit and I fixed it for you.
Right.
So I don't want that energy. I want this to be a joyous celebration of the things we like about Daredevil. And this is that wish list, I guess, is the way I'm thinking about it.
Yeah. It's funny how this has evolved because obviously, like any creative idea, it starts off quite abstract. You have some feelings and emotions that you want to express as a story. You think, oh, this would be really cool. And then the actual process happens where you make it and it evolves into something quite different. And
this started as a joke between us. We were at the pub about 2 years ago.
Was it a joke?
Yeah, and you were like, haha, wouldn't it be funny if Born Again was good? And I was like, haha, wouldn't it be? And you were like, oh, I've got some ideas. And I was like, oh, word? And then I think probably that same pub session, I was like, well, I mean, this thing with Darth has to end eventually. Like,
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, the general pitch for Daredevil in the details was something I did want to do, but like this episode, I didn't really expect it to come to fruition at the time.
It's the kind of thing where in your head you're like, that'd be nice, but most people don't have someone in their lives like me who's like, I'll produce that and make that happen.
Exactly.
I'll back you into that.
Exactly.
You know what you are? You're the protagonist in every 80s like fantasy novel where like you kind of back into the throne without knowing it, and there are like greater forces at play kind of engineering your rise to power.
I'm just doing my best, just trying to keep my head above water.
And you sort of think it's all on your own, it's all based on your own merits, but actually it's all these people with these machinations in play. Gary Wizard of Earthsea, I'm deep into it at the moment. I'm starting to feel, and obviously Book of the New Sun is the, that's Severian. I backed into the throne, and then you read the books and you're like, this dude didn't back into shit, man. People were playing him like a little puppet, but he didn't know about it.
What book is this, sorry?
Book of the New Sun. It's those ones down there, the Gene Wolfe, those two.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, that's it. That's the weirdest science fantasy you will ever read in your entire life. It's good stuff. Sorry, I'm stalling because I'm anxious. So let's just get into it. Let's go. I'm gonna sit back and be a polite audience member, and we're just gonna bask in your Prospective season 4. So hit it with us, Pat, when you're ready.
All right. So I just want to start off with maybe a bit of a preamble as to why we're doing this, why this story in particular. And I mean, not okay. The very first thing I just want to say is that my ideas about Daredevil have changed a lot. I think we said this in the last episode, about what it is, how it creates certain feelings, what's special about it, essentially. Now, some of these things are a bit incongruous with what I've created, with the genesis of the idea of this Prospective season 4, right? However, in saying that, it has greatly influenced in how I've made this and how I've produced this.
Okay. So you're saying that the process of doing the show has shaped the work itself? Yes,
it has shaped it. It has. I say this as in order to sort of preface, if the plot of this seems a bit arbitrary in context with the rest of the show, that is a product of my ideas before we did the show. Mm-hmm. And then there are parts in this show, in this Prospective season 4, that closely align with the themes that we've explored throughout the show, and that is elements of our process of talking about the show seeping into this exercise.
Yeah, which I'm sure we'll end up talking about at the end, because I have a lot of thoughts since we last recorded. Because obviously the thing that you haven't had that I've had, which has been beneficial, is I've been editing all of these as we go. Mm-hmm. So, I'm in the middle of editing the episode 2 of season 3, right? So I've been chasing our tail the whole time. Mm-hmm. A bit of behind baseball because we're at the end. So when we released the show, I'd fully edited season 1. Mm-hmm. And that was how I was able to get that fortnightly release schedule, and then it was just simply chasing that from then onwards. I think which is how I'm going to do it moving forward. It's just it's one of those things I wish I'd thought of years ago, to give yourself lead time to do the edit properly. And so instead of what I've previously done, which is like kind of skim through the edit, like I'm listening to everything maybe twice, like cutting out ums or leaving ums in when it feels appropriate, things like that. Mm. One of the things that I want to talk about at the end is how much that changed my perspective on what we were talking about. Mm-hmm. Because I was then able to bring to bear stuff that had happened, say, in season 2 as we were talking about the Defenders, because I was listening to us talk about it and get it right, or listen to us talk about it, and then me go, actually, I think I feel differently about that now.
Right.
So I'm curious to see where we land on the end of this. Because the other thing is, right, Born Again is happening. Mm-hmm. I've been keeping au fait of some of what people are filming of them on set in the cold streets of Vancouver and Toronto. Mm-hmm. You haven't. So what I'm really curious on is when you go through your pitch and we get to the end, how much of that lines up to what people have been previewing. And so that's really interesting to me.
All right. So I'm in two minds about the Defenders universe.
Okay.
As it exists. On the one hand,
So are Marvel.
yeah, I know, right? On the one hand, I kind of like how it really doesn't give a fuck about the wider MCU, right? It doesn't concern itself with it, and therefore it's not bogged down by any of the world context, and there's no pressure to make things fit in. It can just focus on their own stories, which some half of it has done remarkably, in my opinion. On the other hand, as someone who does actually like the crossover stuff, it bums me out slightly because I love the MCU brand of intertextuality.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's, to be fair, I haven't really engaged with like other things like the DCEU, but kind of for that reason is because they don't do it right. Marvel, the intertextuality in Marvel is meaningful, it's interesting, and you know, it's this character flavorful. It has character flavorful sequences and conflicts. And they always sort of work it into the story in a meaningful way. And since the Defenders saga ended somewhat inconclusively, at least for some of the characters, I wanted to offer something that would bring the Defenders into the fold of the larger MCU.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we know. Listen, I've been rewatching Jessica Jones.
Yeah.
And I think there's a trick that's missed in that.
What's that?
Which is the reason that she is interesting is there's a scene in season 1 where you think it's connected to Kilgrave. There's this woman kind of who asks her to investigate her husband, and it's actually a trap, and they're trying to she threatens to shoot her because she sort of she's decided that superhumans or metahumans, whatever you want to call
Right,
them,
I remember.
were responsible for all these people dying in the incident.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the best parts of that setup because it connects it to that larger sort of story. But the way that Jessica reacts is she sort of like starts throwing all the phone. She's like, you know, you don't just get to take your shit out on other people. Like, you need to figure your shit out.
Mm-hmm.
And she really like makes it into a personal psychological like understanding of what these big traumatic events in this world would do to everyday people.
Right.
And I think that's where a lot of the strength of the Marvel vehicle, as it were, is underutilized. Is going, what does this mean for, like, you know, Joe Blow, who worked in an office building that was destroyed during that incident, right? And that's why Spider-Man Homecoming is so great, because you have the Vulture as this character who, like, you know, he loses the job he needs to keep paying his mortgage because fucking damage control come in. Because Tony Stark has decided that anything to do with the Avengers, his private contracted, like, corporate cover-up company is going to deal with it.
Yeah.
And it's such a missed trick, I think, to not have... And I think that's why She-Hulk doesn't work as well. We kind of talked about that last time. It's like, it doesn't concern itself enough with the everyday drama of what this world looks like. It keeps glancing at it and then panicking and going, oh, there's a Hulk King. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, so I completely agree. I think it's a missed opportunity.
Yeah. All right. I'm glad you foregrounded it like that, because that is exactly the substance of what this story is going to be.
Okay. Is this your, like, backdoor Tony Stark is still alive pilot? Should we know that up front?
No, I haven't. In saying that, I haven't included any one outside of the MCU. Outside of the Defenders.
Okay.
In terms of, like, the wider MCU, there are no cameos or anything like that. I've tried to keep it. I've compromised and tried to keep it in the spirit of the Defenders' isolation.
Right. You're saying you were an adult about it.
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Yeah. You
was
had
nuanced about it.
Yeah. You did something that Kevin Feige never could, which is you had an element of restraint.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I still, it's also absurd to not acknowledge, like, the things that happen in the wider world of the MCU. Like,
you think? I mean, I don't want to. Okay, let's just go because any questions I ask, it's gonna ruin it.
Okay,
let's just do it.
All right. So yeah. And I just want to end that by saying this is basically the Defenders season 2 is pretty much this. It's the Daredevil season 4 / Defenders season 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, framework-wise, it makes sense. Just gonna open this and talk.
So, okay, genre / style-wise, the genre of the season is the most similar to the first season, I think, but I'd like to think of it's kind of like a mixture of all three. It's got elements in terms of wider cinema inspiration. It's got elements of The Godfather, The Leftovers, the TV show. And I've also included an Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. sci-fi flavor into the story.
I mean, you know I fuck with sci-fi.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, I haven't included any characters. I haven't included any characters from that show, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., although it might be fun to do so. But I've...
Did you? Well, I didn't. I watched like a couple of the first season.
I've watched all of it.
What?
All
You
7
sicko.
seasons, yeah.
That's crazy.
That show, yeah, we keep getting sidetracked, but that show is so strange.
If there was ever an opportunity to get sidetracked, it's this recording. This is kind of like school's out for us in a way. You know what I mean?
That is true.
We've done all the hard work, and now it's time to reap the reward, Patrick.
That is so true. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., the first season is like this Monster of the Week serial sci-fi, like serial.
Yeah.
And then from then on, every other season is this big overarching like plot.
Yeah.
And it's like in this era, like it came out. The first season came out 1 year before Daredevil did. It feels like this show lost in time. It's like a show from like the 2000s in the 2010s.
I literally wrote. Did you? I don't know if you would have seen it. I wrote an article about The Mentalist, about this specific thing.
Yeah.
Which is like there's an era of TV just after Smallville and just before like people realized Mad Men was like the new version of prestige TV, and just before people realized Breaking Bad was good, where TV was written in such a way that, particularly in like 2009, where like it was like frozen in time. Like the internet didn't really exist as the internet. It was just you had a flip phone because the Facebook wasn't a thing yet. And there was just a whole spade of TV that is in that era where like phones exist, but the internet doesn't exist. And every time I watch something like that, it just feels like the golden age of like reality.
Yeah.
Where it's like the internet hadn't ruined the world yet. You know, like it was still the web at that point where
Like,
you would go to forums and websites.
Yeah,
and,
people still had to figure out creativity on their own and like what is interesting and cool on their own and stuff like that.
yeah, I mean, Neil Gaiman was still writing Sandman.
Ooh.
He was on like volume 3
Really?
at that point.
When was Sandman published?
Bro, it was for 1,000 years.
Okay.
It was like the 90s, well into like I want to say like 2013. Like,
Oh,
it was just-
interesting.
He was just on it. Well, and then you think of actually maybe he did it all quicker than that. I could be completely wrong. In my head, it's that span of time, but he's also pretty prolific, so maybe he did it all real quick. I don't know. But like if you think about it, like American Gods was like 2006. Like,
Okay.
dude was like, you know, he was out there doing it early. And I feel like that's a real indication of the times. Anyway, all to say, that phenomenon is something I have written about and have observed. So
Okay,
yes,
okay.
Agents, well, okay, should one partake or should one avoid?
I mean, that's a loaded question.
Isn't it? I mean, it's been a long time between sips for me, that show. Let me tell you.
Do you like the MCU around Phase 2? Do you think that's a good era of...
Yeah.
Yeah.
I played Midnight Suns, which is a video game. I fuck with card games. In video. If a video game is like, yeah, it's a deck builder, I'm in.
That's true.
In a fucked up kind of, this is like the last 3 years, this has been a revelation I had. Because I started playing Inscription during lockdown.
Yeah.
And then I became Inscription pilled, where I was like, Inscription's actually they're the best card game. And then it's just kind of it spiraled from there. But I played Marvel Midnight Suns. I actually replayed that last year.
Okay.
Because they did like a PS5 HD 1080.
Is there like a campaign for it or something?
Well, yeah. Well,
You say replayed.
it's by the guys that did XCOM.
Oh.
So it's a tactics kind of game in that style, but because your team is full of superheroes, like it's like tactics, but everyone on your team can do the most insane shit.
That's kind of cool.
You would love it, and the writing's brilliant. The world has ended, right?
Oh, okay.
And it's the remnants of the Avengers join the Midnight Suns to make the world unend again. And so you have Iron Man and Tony Stark next to like the weirdest combination and cast of like outcast other characters who work in the super. You know, Blade's there.
Yeah.
Magic is there. Magic with a K at the end. You know, like all of these characters. You know, the new Ghost Rider Robbie Reyes is there and things like that. Like it's a really.
He was in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in season 4.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And they do really, really good. You know, Captain Marvel's there, which is one of my favorite characters because, like as you get to know her and become friends with her, it becomes increasingly clear like she really struggles connecting to humanity now.
Right.
Because she spends so much time in space and off doing these, and you talk to her and it's like all these I ended up writing about it. I think I write about everything I care about. And I think my biggest takeaway was like it's one of my favorite games I played the year it came out because it let me like talk about the meaning of life with these superheroes, and they had interesting like nuanced things to say. Like Blade is a day walking vampire, has like a weird amount of like self-resentment for the fact that he's not the vampires he kills, and it really like complicates his relationships. And like Tony Stark, it takes you forever to find out what he thinks about anything because he's so obsessed with the like caricature of Iron Man.
Right.
But it trades in all of the iconography that but it tells its own story completely. I'll be
real. I did not expect a card game to have this much narrative that you're talking to me right now.
Well, because it's structured like any XCOM game where you go to a war room and you book a mission and you go on the mission and you come back and then you hang out with all your guys.
Yeah. So okay, is it like an overworld thing like RPG, and then when you get into battles, it's the card game? Is that how it works?
But no, the battles are the card game. Okay,
yeah.
But also no.
Okay.
Because it's hard to explain. We can't. We just have to do the thing. But like Midnight Suns is like a whole other. I could pitch you that for hours, and you would be like, I don't need to play it. I just understand what makes it good.
Yeah.
The same kind of like Disco Elysium thing, where I just bother everyone I know about it. I'm like, you don't need to play it, but you need to know why it's the best thing ever.
Yeah, I still need to get on that.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so I'll get into. I'll outline. I just have a few more things to outline. So mainly the story as a macro. For this exercise, I've written the plot as 6 episodes. Now, it could be this amount. It could be more. It could be less. Think of this as a synecdoche of what could be a fully realized 8 or 10 or 13 episode season, right? Complete with important moments and funny moments of scenes that are paramount to the plot and scenes that exist for flavor and character embellishment. This was already quite a difficult task, and so I hope I got my ideas across with this condensed version of a potentially great season of TV. Because
I
wasn't gonna write a whole 13 episode season.
No.
So think of this as a synecdoche.
Yeah. Could you imagine if I was like, Pat, I need you to write and read. We'd be recording for like 50 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
Are you? Because I know the only voice that you're really good. That was almost derogatory. Let me stop. You're really good at the Fisk voice.
Yeah.
You're not going to do voices?
Maybe.
We'll see. We'll see.
All right. The themes. Like every season, this will be about breaking down religious faith. Yay! My favorite theme.
Catholics. It's complicated.
All right. So the primary backdrop of theme in this season of television is going to be the Thanos cult. You better believe after the snap, there is a cult of Thanos that pops up.
Oh, sorry, you said Thanos cult?
Yes.
Interesting.
They're called the Cult of Thanos.
Say more.
They are esoteric. They are numerous and widespread and influential.
It's okay, so hit me. I'll stop interrupting in a second, I promise. I'm just already fully invested in this. So you're sort of thinking, have you played the new Hitman games?
No.
They have this great, like, overarching, like, world-integrated capitalist conspiracy, bunch of, like, rich people. You know how conservatives have invented, like, the cabal? The, like, secret people that run the governments of the world?
I do not know about this.
Oh, my God. We need to get you to read some shit about QAnon. But they think that basically there is, like, a leftist cult that is that, like, eats babies, and no one actually believes
I mean, this sounds like QAnon kind of stuff.
It is. Well, that's what the cabal comes from.
Okay.
Because when they say they'll drain the swamp, I'm just explaining how Trump works. When they say drain the swamp, that's like everyone involved with the cabal will be pulled out and made accountable.
Right.
And one of the big things of that is it's this idea of like, what if... It's this similarly explored in Sherlock. It's like kind of one of these tentpole conspiracy ideas. Like, what if there was an invisible group that was in charge of everything you didn't know it? Is it that kind of vibe, or are they like dressing up as him?
No. This is okay. This is meant to be a parallel to like the birth of like an Abrahamic religion on that sort of mode. This is not secret. This is not necessarily sinister. It is a genuine sort of sincere emergence of a religious order, of a religion, because
Based on a thing that happened.
yeah, based on arguably the most cataclysmic event the world has ever seen. Like it is absurd to think that that wouldn't happen. That you know, I've only got this one sect in my story. Realistically, you would have hundreds of Thanos cults appearing all over the world.
Different
I reckon.
flavors.
Yeah. But yeah, so the Thanos cult is the primary backdrop of theme, compounded with Matt's trauma over losing his best friend, Foggy Nelson.
No.
He will try to maintain the lessons he has learned over his career as Daredevil as the best he can while dealing with this.
So Foggy's been snapped.
He has been snapped.
Patrick, why are you doing this? That we're gonna be false. We're gonna be Nelson American Page.
I mean, I love Foggy. You love Foggy. We all love Foggy. But let's be real. What does he add to the story? Yeah, he has to go. I'm sorry. He is the most side character energy I've ever seen of like any side character. You know what I'm saying?
He's the dead weight.
But
sorry.
He's good like emotional fodder for Matt though. That sounds like super like sort of, you know, on discompassionate.
Yeah, that was some me shit.
Yeah.
That was like I've left humanity behind long ago type vibe.
But I mean, to be fair, in this story, there is going to be a great emphasis on his loss, and that is going to be a profound impact on Matt Murdock.
You may not have the answer to this. Is Marcy?
She's also gone. Well, so that's the thing, right? I think it's kind of there's a beauty to the tragedy if they both go together. There's like a good and a bad.
You're a
like,
son of a bitch. You're a son of a bitch. Okay.
You're
You're hurting my feelings already.
Okay, and it's complicated by a setting of endless power-hungry and morally grey characters. Since when was it Daredevil's role to be the angel? The trauma of the snap looms over all. How are people meant to react to such a senseless act of a god?
How indeed.
Mm-hmm.
This season of Daredevil in the Details is brought to you by the Maynard Trigg series. These are my Dying Earth science fantasy steampunk coming of age novels. The third book is out now. You can grab the first book, Maynard Trigg and the Creature Beneath the Veil, hardback or paperback. It's on special right now at underink.press. Appreciate any support you guys give. These books are one of my favorite things I've ever done. I'm super proud of them, and I would love you guys to check it out. If you're interested in the stuff we do, I guarantee you'll enjoy these books. Head to underink.press and grab your copy today.
So I'll just also go through the general character directions of this season. So Matt needs to overcome his martyrdom complex. Self-destruction is his normal. The real challenge is trying to move on with his life with Karen.
Mm-hmm.
They're together, by the way, in this post-apocalypse.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh my god! In some ways, his dream relationship.
Yeah. What do you mean?
I think the idea of like a relationship like that being informed by tragedy for Matt Murdock is and that I've said this before about like Anakin and Obi-Wan, and the reason like their relationship never quite like the reason why Anakin never quite feels like anyone is in his corner is that in moments of panic, Obi-Wan opens up and Anakin shuts down, and vice versa.
Okay.
So in everyday life, Anakin is quite open, and then in states of panic, you know, he kind of like clinches up, and Obi-Wan's kind of the opposite, and so they always miss each other on the emotional kind of highway, as it were. And I think there's something similar about Matt, where in moments of crisis, he always puts himself up on the cross. He's always the one that needs to do the saving.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think a crisis of that scale that is so, it's like existential, that completely dwarfs his faith and his kind of like martyr complex in a way, like it's almost so large that it's incomprehensible to his religious faith. That's what would inform a lasting relationship for him.
Right.
Because it's like suddenly he's insufficient,
Yeah.
and so he needs someone else.
I mean, yeah, it trivializes the self-image he has of himself, right? Like, he's suffered so much in order to help these other people, and then this cataclysm that wipes out half the universe anyway comes along, and it's like,
nothing
well,
he did mattered.
Well, fuck. Well, yeah. I mean, yes, you could see it like that, but also it's just like puts things in perspective. It's like in amongst such chaos and randomness, the best you can do is just do what you've been doing to the best of your abilities, which is helping people.
Right. The way that you're framing that then is like the Rick and Morty episode where Morty says to Summer, like, you're not even my actual sister, just come watch TV.
Kind of, yeah.
It's that kind of like, it's like the positive version of nihilism.
Yeah.
Where it's like, well, if none of it matters, you may as well be with the people that matter to you.
Yeah, I think there is a complicated, sort of fucked up clarity that comes from the snap.
Yeah, I could see that.
But luckily, he's still got his mother around, who urges him to keep his emotions clear, to try and salvage his life and start a family with Karen.
Okay.
So Maggie is in this. She's not a major player, but she's around and she offers sage advice. She kind of takes the place of Father Lantern.
Yeah. She already kind of did.
Yeah, exactly. He's become more self-aware, more mature. He realizes the pointlessness of acting self-destructively. It hurts the people he wants to protect.
Mm-hmm.
So that's Matt. All right, Karen. Karen needs to overcome her image of herself that she is ruined. Trauma after trauma has compounded into the deepest cynicism. The snap certainly did not help. This is something that can't be fixed by journalism. In this story, she is a cop.
Okay.
Her lack of regard for her own safety has channeled into bravery and rashness. So honestly, not too different from when she was a journalist, but I feel like this is a more practical way to channel those emotions for her.
Okay.
Yeah. Jessica Jones. Her mental place at the end of season 3 is characterized by her hearing Kilgrave saying, "Leave everyone behind," which prompts her to stay and protect New York because, just a reminder, at the end of season 3, she has a falling out with Trish, and Trish gets arrested. She gets sent to the raft, and she's about to leave New York. She goes to the train station, but then, she hears Kilgrave sort of saying, yes, abandon everything and leave everything behind. But then she realizes that's exactly what she needs to not do. She needs to find her conviction and stay and help people that need help.
Right.
Yeah.
Because so Jessica, I mean, obviously we covered her in the Defenders a little bit, but her kind of big arc across her show is finding ways to try and be vulnerable, and those consistently failing her.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she finally squares away Kilgrave, and she has Trish back in her life, and then the rest of the show is her trying to unpack her past and find out where she comes from. And just these increasing realizations that like these efforts are for naught, and she's always been alone, and she always will be alone.
Mm-hmm.
And that seems to, like, the universe keeps reinforcing that lesson for her in a way that's like really visceral. Season to season, context to context. So yeah, I completely agree with that. I think that's absolutely why we leave her at the end of her show.
Mm-hmm. But that's the thing. She has a strength about her. That's her whole thing, right? She, despite all that, she feels the need to step up and be a hero. After all her trauma, losing her mother, sending Trish to prison, she realizes that no one will step up and take responsibility. She needs to be the one. That's her lot in life. Her arc is centered around being the one to step up when the world seems to be falling into either delusion or cynicism. She needs to be the pillar of moral conviction. Luke Cage. Luke has always been the sheriff of Harlem. At the end of season 2, he has turned into Bumpy Johnson, and that's going to be his role in this new season. Are you familiar with Bumpy Johnson?
No, you need to explain.
Okay, so do you know that show, The Godfather of Harlem, with Forrest Whitaker?
Yeah.
that is Bumpy Johnson. He was a real historical figure who was a mob boss. He was a gangster who did a lot of good for his community, kind of thing. He was like a benevolent sort of philanthropist in his community, but at the cost of being a ruthless gangster is kind of his thing. And
criminal with a heart of gold.
Yeah. And that is more or less where we see Luke Cage at the end of season 2 of Luke Cage. There's a straight up Godfather shot of the door closing and stuff. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's already in. I mean, you get the Tupac and Biggie stuff in season 1.
Mm-hmm.
That show is so deeply entrenched in like the culture of sort of the 90s Harlem, era in a way that like I think is like, yeah, you're right, is completely you can't separate it from those influences. And like, his story is him trying to make good with his life and like become a citizen, and realizing that's insufficient to the task of protecting Harlem, because like the world is not designed for them, right? Like the world is designed for others that don't live in Harlem, and so even becoming a guy that does everything right by the law is insufficient in protecting this community, because the law is not designed to protect people like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So when he needs to protect, the people of Harlem, when the law doesn't, he needs to literally be bulletproof. And that's sort of like, that's an absurd kind of idea made manifest in this show, in Luke Cage. And it's like sort of explores the themes and ideas of that concept through that conceit.
Right. Well, because bulletproof isn't. This is the great thing about Luke Cage, is like the bulletproof thing has nothing to do with his superpowers, really. And that's why his sweater is constantly getting shot up, and he keeps wearing the yellow shirt. Is like it's not about being bulletproof. It's about the aspiration to be of like he keeps putting back on the yellow shirt that keeps getting riddled with holes, and the sweaters that keep getting riddled with holes, because it's the aspiration that even if you do take an L, you can kind of come back from it. And that as a community, it's your job to help each other come back from those L's so that you can get strong enough that it doesn't happen anymore.
Yeah, it is kind of like a symbolic made practical theme there. Yeah.
So he's crime
boss.
Crime boss, but heart of gold.
Yes, so I've written here, we'll have to balance his morality quite carefully. He needs to be tough and uncompromising while not being cruel or evil. Because, he's a protagonist, man. We love him. We've been with him for a bit.
Yeah.
So his whole MO is that his troops don't carry guns. His control of the city hinges on one premise, that when there is opposition, when his people, like for example, when his people on the streets get pulled up on by people with guns, he steps in, goes straight to the head member, and deals with them.
Right. So he's sort of like, he's taken the boardroom CEO approach of like, the second something goes wrong, I walk into their office and I talk to him, but for the crime equivalent.
Yeah. And there, he has a unique spin on the crime boss thing, in which he is firmly anti-gun, which is maybe it's a bit of a loaded thing, because this takes place in the United States. Yeah. Like, my mind wasn't really there when I was writing this, you know what I'm saying? But like, realistically, like, that would maybe be a bit more complicated than what is presented in this story.
I think you could pull on some of that though, right? Like, you could have it be like, because what that boils down to is, if they get booked for something, if the police show up, they're never the aggressors.
Exactly. Yeah, that's where I'm going with this. Yeah. Like, he is like a really like new brand of gangster, because he has the abilities to do so.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, so his Godfather reign started amidst the chaos of the snap. He embodies a Bumpy Johnson type figure, where he's been running the streets in a noble, orderly, and martial way. His goons have a strict, disciplined authority. He's in mutual agreement with the new institution of the Church of Thanos. Their numbers are numerous, and their aims are seemingly harmless. Regardless, they offer a method of widespread order and ideology, and he's also funding them.
Oh, okay. Huh.
Yeah.
Huh. Mm.
All right.
Okay.
Next up.
Wait, just to be clear, he's funding the church?
Yes.
Fuck, that whips. Okay. I'm into this. Yeah, go on.
Next up, Wilson Fisk. A bit of a cliche arc for Fisk now, what with his story in the new Spider-Verse films. But in the snap, he loses Vanessa. And that has made him snap. If he had any semblance of restraint before, it's certainly gone now. He wants power in any form at any cost. It's the ultimate realization of his ambitions from the first 3 seasons. Cage offers a template for him, but in Fisk's opinion, Cage squanders his abilities.
Okay. Damn. Bruh, he loses Vanessa in the snap and he snaps. Iconic.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Can we somehow make Vinny D even bigger? I don't know how we can do that.
Yeah.
But I don't know about you, but I'm thinking like I want the suits. I want like the bulletproof dress suits on and shit, but I want it to have like a slight Mad Max vibe. You know?
Okay.
Like maybe he like
punk rock vibe.
Yeah, punk like maybe it's like, you know, every mob boss he defeats, he adds a part of their outfit to his. You know, he's a Fallout villain is what I'm pitching, I guess. I just think that'd be fun for Vinny D to get up in the costume. Yeah,
right. Go full on villain. Go full on comic book villain.
Well, but for us as the audience, that's what's happening. But for him as a character, he just has lost track of reality.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's like, if you could imagine Fisk as any more unhinged, and this would be it.
It's hard. Hard to, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know. Feel like if you think about it, like he does have restraint. When Vanessa comes into the picture, he probably can't do all the things that he maybe wants to do.
Well, we kind of talked about that with season 3, where even when she gets involved in his world, she's kind of showing off to prove to him that she can fit in.
Yeah.
But we kind of even don't know like what he would do if she wasn't there. Like what I like about Fisk is he's a character who at all times feels like there's like a if you have text and subtext, it feels like Fisk has like a third thing.
Right.
Like there's like Fisk text, which is like, what does he actually want to do in this moment?
Yeah. Next character is Trish Walker.
Okay.
Trish perhaps feels more like herself than she's ever felt before. She's someone who thrives in the apocalypse. She can exercise her power while claiming to be just. Can
you explain what her power is? Because she gets superpowers or something, or
so yeah, she gets powers similar to Jessica Jones. I had to sort of read a recap of what happened in season 3 because I forgot. But I don't know, it's something to do with the same organization that Jessica got her powers from. She gets the same powers, injects her with something. I don't know.
Well, so because season 2, she's doing the inhalers, which gives her the temporary.
That's
powers.
season 1, isn't it?
I don't remember.
Yeah, season 1.
I'm not up to that yet. If it is season 1.
Okay.
Oh yeah, because that's Simpson, right?
Yes.
The cop. Yeah. Okay. So by season 3, she achieves her goal, which is to have this perpetually.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. And what's the power set?
So,
real strong.
Real strong, and that seems to be about.
It's kind of it.
Oh no, she's got like really good balance because her comic book villain name is Hellcat. So she's like a Catwoman of the Marvel verse.
I remember Hellcat.
Yeah.
I wasn't a Marvel kid. I've said this before, but I'll say it again. I was not a Marvel kid.
Mm-hmm.
I read Marvel as an adult.
Yeah.
After the films came out.
Yeah.
Ask me about DC Gundam ahead, I can tell you anything. Marvel, not my thing. I don't know why. Marvel just wasn't it when I was growing up. You know, I mean, I think DC had Sandman, DC had Batman, and DC had Superman, and those were like the kind of ones.
And Watchmen and stuff. Like, come on, man.
Come on,
Yeah.
Watchmen. Come on now. Oh, I'm trying to read about Tony Stark's sad because he drank too much, and I could be reading Watchmen.
Yeah, I know,
bro.
right?
Ozymandias is out there. Or but I'm sad because I'm rich and I drink too. Come on.
DC was the one doing transformative stuff in the comic book world, not Marvel.
Yeah, at the time.
Yeah, so
she's thriving.
Yeah, she's thriving because she is employed by Cage. She is subordinate to him in this story, but they're more or less partners.
What a tapestry you weave, Pat.
I know. Well, because I mean, if you might not remember, but Trish is kind of a mess in Jessica Jones. She's unhappy with her normal domestic life of being a radio presenter, obviously, because she goes out and seeks power, superpowers. She is someone who wants to be strong. She wants to maybe not necessarily like bully and intimidate, but she wants no one to fuck with her is the thing.
Well, yeah, because so much of her life is built on the foundation of being this child star.
Yeah.
And like even her radio show is built on the fact that she's a name, right? And she feels like none of that is anything that she's earned.
Yes.
It's all someone else's design.
Mm-hmm.
And so the big driving thing for her character to achieve the superpowers is this question of like, how do I take agency over reality in a way that has been denied to me consistently throughout my entire life?
Yes. So that's why I think it would be a really interesting relationship between her and Cage. If Cage, if she was Cage's hitman, not necessarily killing people, just doing the things that he needs done, because Cage offers like a freedom and a morality to him running the city, and that involves exerting his power over people, i.e. that's what Trish is going to be doing, exerting her power. Cage is the man with a plan. He has the big picture in his mind, and therefore it provides a stability for Trish to know that she can be a superhero, super powered person while also being on like sort of the right side. So that's why I think it's an interesting sort of position to put Trish in.
Yeah, I fuck with it.
So yeah, now that her mental space is somewhat stable, she's open to having somewhat normal relationships again.
Oh.
In fact, she longs to reconnect with her sister, the only one who really understands her. Her arc is going to be a shot at redemption.
His sister is
Jessica.
Yes. That's important if you haven't watched that show.
Yeah. All right, and now I have an OC.
Hey, I said that I wasn't sure Nadeem was going to be my guy.
Mm-hmm.
And then the entire season, I became the biggest Nadeem defender that's ever lived. I rate Nadeem as a hero and a patriot, and I will not hear any word against it. So I'm here for the OCs. Let's hear it. What have you zeroed in on a name?
Funny you ask. I've gone through like 5 names for this
That was
guy.
going to be a hurdle for you.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not, because like names are meant to be like symbolic, and
Nah, the thing that no author will tell you, truly, is like, fuck, it's always a shot in the dark. It's always a shot in the dark. You're like, people go, how did you choose? Why was her last name Blackthorn? Why was that Abby's last name in an interview? And I'm like, I just thought it really represent. And it's like, nah, bro. Like, I was at the keyboard and I had to put something in.
So I've named this guy Hardy. Hardy, Hadi.
I like that you've chosen Hardy. Okay, Hardy. Is that a first or a last name?
It's a first name.
It's a first name.
But I've also for some reason, this is from an earlier thing. I've written his name as Father Quinn.
That's fun.
Yeah. Okay. So let's just hear the description. So this is a twisted New Age version of Father Lantern.
Yes.
He is the preacher of the cult of Thanos.
God.
In Matt's eyes, he is a perversion of him. How could anyone sincerely claim to preach the word of this false god? He is a trickster. That's, as if from the perspective of Matt. But I want him to remain ambivalent until the end of the show, because I want him to be equal parts corrupt and generous. I want him to come across as an opportunist, but also give Matt some actually pretty great advice.
Okay.
His first appearance is going to be Matt walking into one of the churches of the cult of Thanos, and he is going to be performing a miracle by fixing a paraplegic, curing the ailment of a paraplegic person. They're going to like make them be able to walk again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And
famously not possible. In
yeah, exactly.
Just to be clear.
So the audience, and especially Matt, they regard this with great suspicion.
Don't tell me if we don't know this yet. I'm just asking what the audience is wondering. Is Matt Daredevil still? Don't answer if it hasn't come up yet.
Yes.
He is?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's out being Daredevil.
Yeah, he's Daredevil to a much lesser degree though. Like, if we think about how he's reconciled his Daredevil life. Like, for example, in She-Hulk, right? He seems to have a great work-life balance there.
Similar.
That he is more focused on his lawyer stuff at the beginning of this series than the Daredevil stuff.
Is he deliberately taking cases that involve the church to find out more about them?
No. The first episode is him coming in contact with the church.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so episode 1. So for every episode, it starts with a cold open. And each of these cold opens is going to be a portrait focusing on a different character and their experience when the snap happens. Yeah.
Okay.
So for this first episode, we get a cold open of Matt, Karen, and Foggy in their new office. They've decided to give the whole shebang another go. It's an upgrade. Foggy's connections and reputation has carried this new endeavor, and things are looking generally pretty good. Matt goes into another room to fetch something. He asks Foggy something. Hey, Foggy, have you seen this thing? Foggy doesn't answer. Foggy? Something's wrong. He hears screams. He concentrates on city noises, car crashing, chaos. What is happening? He yells out to Karen. She answers, Matt, what's happening? And he zones in to the absolute chaos happening in the world around him. Opening credits.
Could we maybe have like a plane crashing or like how big?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, realistically, like what would be happening in the snap, you know, like...
I'm thinking about setups for future episodes, right? Maybe a plane. So in this, I've been playing a lot of video games, lately, which is unusual for me. I don't usually have time. I played the Cyberpunk 20, the extension.
I haven't played that yet.
Yeah, it's really good.
Okay.
But the setup is like, this isn't a spoiler. This is on the tin when you buy the DLC. Is like the president's plane crashes in Dogtown.
Right.
Dogtown is like a militia-run kind of autocracy within the broader city. So it's its own little government run by these people, and the president's plane crashes there.
Mm-hmm.
But the plane crash creates its own little ecosystem
because
there's now this big hole in the middle of this town,
and
people are vying for control over what to do with that hole.
Right.
So I almost think it could be kind of fun if you had a plane crash in episode 1 that then in some way became important or meaningful.
Yeah, I actually like that. Yeah. Because and that becomes a setting in the middle of New York. Is that like this is plane?
I'm kind of thinking like maybe that's your inroad to like the church, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Is it sort of like that's like one of their sacred sites sort of thing, you know?
Yeah, I like that.
Maybe they build their church from the ruins of the plane. And from the ruins of all the crash planes they go and collect and bring back.
Yeah. See, so may as well go into it now. So I want this church to be weird and esoteric and have all these unique practices, like, and they have themes of halving and stuff like that, like like when they pray they do like this or something, and like sort of like evangelical adjacent stuff, but like with a flavor of this idea of halves and stuff like that, and they can wear robes that are half something and half something else and stuff like
oh, that's really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, and also just to sort of like dive into to think about the perspective of people in this world. Like, people know about the snap. They know, because if you remember, I think in one of the movies in Endgame or something, the Avengers do like a broadcast. Like, they tell the world, like they do a news broadcast
they
about
let them know
what happened. Yeah.
Okay, let me set up two things, because there are, if you can believe this, Pat, I know there's at least one person listening to this who hasn't watched a lot of
yeah.
just Daredevil.
Yeah.
And the Netflix stuff. So the snap is there is this alien called Thanos. He's from Titan, which I don't think is meant to be the Jupiter Titan. It's not. It's a different Titan. Okay. It's a planet.
It's a planet. He gets this ultra uber powerful weapon called the Infinity Gauntlet, adorns it with all the Infinity Stones, which are like the stones of energies that are the progenitor of the universe or something like that,
etc.
And it takes the whole movie for him to get this weapon. When he finally does, it's all part of his grand plan to snap away half of all life in the universe because there are too many people consuming too many resources, and his logic is that if you snap away half, there will be resources enough for everyone left, and rather than 7 billion people on Earth living mediocre half lives, there can be 3.5 billion living prosperous, happy lives.
Right.
Which is kind of his logic. And there is reasoning and logic enough there to be spun into something sacral and positive that could spawn a religion.
Because, and I think the critical thing with him is he's like the last of his kind.
Yeah,
right?
that's
his race went extinct because of this issue. And so it almost has this like Hegelian dialectic quality of like, he sees, fuck, it is literally that. He sees it as a cycle.
Yeah.
Where things grow too big and it's someone's job, thesis, antithesis. Someone pitches a thesis for an era, and then at some point, antithesis has to come along and pull it back and start again.
Mm-hmm.
And the difference is this, instead of it being like a universe-ending event that would start the universe from zero, he's like, no, we can start it from half.
Mm-hmm.
We can just knock some of that back, and we retain the culture and the history in doing that. And so it's sort of like, you can imagine Caesar pitching a similar kind of idea, but less sophisticated in its kind of, in its formation, right? The kind of dialectic of homogeny, and like if our empire just absorbed everything and there were no other empires, then there would be peace. This is kind of a similar maneuver of like, well, yeah, there's a scale of universe that becomes untenable.
Mm-hmm.
And if we just had a mechanism when it became untenable to draw it back periodically, not even like to fix it, but just to keep it sustained.
Mm-hmm.
You can imagine in 5,000 years, he does the same thing again.
Yeah.
Like he sees this as sort of like as a method of preserving ecology that functions.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind, which is a really dire kind of complicated thing to pass out.
It's also quite an optimistic and generous thing to think that, in 5,000 years I'll have to do this again,
Right.
or like 50 years.
Yeah,
But
that's the point, is
Yeah.
that it's like a flawed ideology.
Yeah. Okay. So that cataclysm happens, and then we cut, and then I want each of these opening sequences to be in the snap, and then when we cut, it's going to be a year later.
For each cut?
For each episode, it's going to be the same template where we follow the character during the snap, opening credits, and then we come
See
back
where
in
they
the
are.
contemporary timeline, which is a year later, roughly.
Are the contemporary timelines contiguous, or does it move forward with each episode?
Yeah, it does move forward, yeah.
That's sick.
So, yeah, the story starts 1 year from the snap. The episode is as much world setting as it is retrospective setting. In the last year, people have adapted to the calamity. Matt's daily life now is rebuilding domestic institutions. What are the laws now? Where can people live? What can people buy? Stuff like that.
What is money?
Yeah, exactly. So Matt is in court arguing for a tenancy dispute for someone. The displacement of people, more specifically the new availability of real estate, is still being worked out and taken advantage of by, random greedy capitalists or what have you.
Hopefully also criminals?
Yeah, all sorts of all sorts of complications, like it's the laws are still there, but
they don't make sense.
Yeah, exactly. They don't make sense when you have half the people.
If a gang takes over an entire office building, a la The Dark Knight Rises. Oof, almost forgot that. Classic David maneuver to forget what films are called. Scarecrow takes over the courtroom. What if instead they took over an entire office building or an entire apartment building, and someone's like, well, I live there. What does that dispute even look like if it's like, well, there's 27 other identical empty apartment buildings?
Exactly. Yeah. So there's a lot to figure out in this new world, and I think that Matt is quite happy, and he's occupied by this sort of drama. It's helping people in in a mundane but stable and normal way. Like, it's exactly what he would want to do. So yeah, Matt doing what he does makes a passionate and convincing speech and wins the hearing. Afterwards, in gratitude, the woman compels Matt to come to a church, which is the Church of Thanos.
Okay.
Yeah.
The person who he represents.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. He's really grateful.
So he has that obligation.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
That's good.
And like I reckon, yeah, in that hearing as well, you can do a bunch of world building, explain what the world is sort of like now, what the laws and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
This is the first mention of the cult of Thanos. She blesses him with some esoteric hand gestures, with the iconography of the Thanos cult. So Matt goes to this church. The Christian iconography, and this is a Christian church. The Christian iconography has been fused with the image of the Mad Titan and his glove. It has been slightly altered to accommodate this.
And can we have it be kind of like wrong because they don't know exactly what he looks like?
Yeah, I love that.
That's fun.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's a bunch of potential for world building here. Like, you could make this really fun and weird and interesting.
Yeah.
If I had a billion years to write this, I'd flesh all that out. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. I'm just here to contribute.
Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah. Good. So, and this is the intro of Hardy / Father Quinn. What name? Haven't really settled on it. Matt walks into the ceremony. There's a woman in a wheelchair.
What if Quinn's a title?
Yeah.
I've been thinking about this a lot because I've been replaying Fallout New Vegas, and that game does a lot with Caesar's Legion of like they kind of they incorrectly understand like what made the Roman Empire work, and they kind of then launder that through like Caesar's misunderstanding of that stuff, and so you could almost have like maybe you think initially his name is Quinn, or like Quinn Hardy. You go, Quinn Hardy's his name, and then you meet someone else that's Quinn something else. Like maybe you just make the word alien, instead of father, it's something else.
Well, he has a reason to have another name. Is the thing. He is sort of a bit of a fugitive, maybe.
All right. Well, I want to plant that idea for you, and if you think of it in medias res, it's up to you. How do you want to use it? Woman in wheelchair.
I also need to pee again. Sorry.
It's the world's smallest bladder, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Here's my pitch.
Yeah. What's that?
What if the ranks in the church were like words that were associated to colors of the robes they wear, that were associated to the colors of the gems on the gauntlet.
Ooh, I
and so
like
the
that.
further that you move up in the church, but the colors are wrong or the order's wrong. Like there's some kind of incorrect sort of like it's not accurate to what we understand.
Yes, I like that. Yeah, and you could have like you could have like the Quinn wearing a glove or something, and it's just some like generic like medieval glove or something with like random gemstones in it, and like as if like to mimic Thanos and stuff.
Or is it tattoos?
Tattoos? Yeah, it could be.
Because I think what's fun is that maybe it's sort of like they sort of assume that this is how the world's going to be forever. So they don't, because
right.
So it's like maybe it's well, if you're part of the church, this is the new religion, so you get yourself tattooed permanently, sort of thing. And then maybe as an initiate, you put on a glove, and then when you become part of the church, you get the tattoo.
Yeah.
Sort of and then maybe as you go up the ranks, you get the new additional tattoos and the new colors, and so by the end of it, you sort of have like a multicolored arm of tattoos. That could be fun.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that. Nice.
Patrick and David write together. Yeah, it's good. This is what writers' rooms are like, by the way.
Yeah. Well, if so, that's incredibly fun.
Yeah. Usually less gauntlet talk, I would say.
Probably not in the writers' room for Endgame, though, I'd imagine.
You think that's primarily gauntlet talk?
Yeah, or Infinity War. Yes, I reckon a lot of it was gauntlet talk.
Yeah. Who could wear the gauntlet?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Matt walks in the middle of a ceremony, a woman in a wheelchair. Quinn claims to have the power of ultimate healing, and he does. He touches her and she walks. He claims that when Thanos took the half, he bestowed upon him an energy, a purpose to embellish and improve the lives of the ones left behind. To Matt, this is the biggest piece of dog heresy he's ever witnessed. He sticks around afterwards to meet him. Matt's trying to get the measure of this guy. He's clearly a trickster. Their conversation is about the origin of his powers and the nature of the snap. It ends with Quinn claiming that he can heal Matt's eyesight. He can see again.
Fuck off.
Matt takes a beat and then scoffs and walks away.
Patrick Laverne, ladies and gentlemen. Play the applause track. Fuck.
Thank you.
Is that the end of the episode?
No, this isn't the end of the episode.
That should use this in your episode.
That's
not your mic drop. That's just in it. That's how good, bruh. For someone that's wild. For someone to be like, I got you, bro. I can fix it.
Yeah, but like he made a paraplegic walk. Like, you know, it's possible.
Am I gonna become like evangelical by the end of this? Like, I don't know what the vibe is. I'm shook by that. Truly. Okay, go on.
Yeah.
Don't let me stop you. I just want the audience to know I'm shook as fuck.
All right. Hold on.
Pat's shook too. You shook by my shookness.
All right. Meanwhile, let's cut to Karen as a cop of the NYPD. She's out on patrol. The city of New York is at once desolate and bustling. So I think this would be a good chance to do some more world building about what the streets of New York look like. Empty streets followed by lively alleyways of markets and culture. So just to emphasize, like, just how much the population has decreased, where you have a lot of activity in one area, not much in the other, stuff like that.
Should be great for crime.
Yeah, exactly. Stalls for the Church of Thanos are set up on street corners.
I don't know if I trust these guys.
They get reports of shooting somewhere. They hightail it. To there only to find nothing really exciting. There has been something that went on there, but they're just unconscious people and destroyed guns and a lack of material that you would otherwise associate with some sort of deal.
Okay.
What has happened here? They arrest They arrest the suspects. In the precincts, Karen questions one of them. Karen is remarkably good at discerning information from criminals, as we already know.
Yeah, she has that like human can opener thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
They find out the shipment of weapons. That there was a shipment of weapons coming in. Someone intercepted them, knocked them out, and stole them. They won't say who they're working for, though. And there is something in this scene that sort of tips Karen off to the fact that there might be some Fisk-like elements going on here, because she is all too familiar with that.
Yeah.
With that whole shebang.
Something that feels kind of Machiavelli.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
And he describes who attacked them. They were quick and strong and superhuman. ...
Oh no.
Yeah.
Who could it be?
And that is the end of episode.
Damn.
I mean, that's
my only sequence resuggestion is that the mic drop of the episode should be the eyesight thing. Because that complements quite well the superhuman thing you just said. If you cut back to that, it makes a nice like structural parallel of the crime itself was committed by a superhuman and someone is claiming to have superhuman abilities of healing.
Yes. Okay, I see. I like that.
You get that nice kind of elision of the theme of like something fantastic has happened, and so only the fantastic can rise to power in place of that kind of event, plus this question of like doing something fantastic to remove a core element of Matt's identity, which is what the snap has already done. So you immediately have parallelism in your themes.
I see.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. Okay, episode 1. I'm already hooked. I mean, I'm in. I gotta interrupt less because we're gonna be here for like 10 hours. I'm gonna try and shut the fuck up.
No, it's all right.
I'm geeking over here, Pat. I'm already invested.
All right, episode 2. So, again, this episode is going to have a cold open. This time we are following Jessica Jones. So I think what I would like to set up in this cold open is basically her development from the first 3 seasons. I want to show how she is a lot more stable mentally. She's sort of figured out what she's good at and what she wants to do, which is to help people. So I was thinking it could be a sequence of, say there was like this couple, they enter their apartment. The guy, gets angry at the woman, starts beating on her. Jessica Jones bursts out of a cupboard. She's hiding in their apartment. She, there's phones recording him from 3 different angles. That was the last piece of evidence they needed in a long-running sting of to get evidence for a separation and a restraint. What do you call it?
Restraining order.
Restraining order. Yeah. Essentially, she's helping some woman escape an abusive relationship. Pretty in line with Jessica Jones kind of stuff.
Right, maybe that becomes her whole thing.
Yeah, and I also want her to I want to show her maybe making progress with her alcoholism, because I feel like that is by far like the biggest vice she has.
Maybe she's on antidepressants.
Yeah,
beta blockers.
Yeah,
and so you could even do the BoJack thing of like, the bottles of liquor have like dry erase mark, Monday lines on them, Tuesday lines on them. You could kind of even have it be that disciplined if you wanted.
Well, I was thinking when her and the woman go back to her office, the woman says, she offers her coffee. She says, "Do you have anything stronger?" And then Jessica goes, "Oh, I don't know. You should maybe hold off on that." Implying that, she herself has been holding off on that as well.
I like that. I would love. I think for her as a character, if it's private, that works better.
Yeah.
She does. Like, I mean, there's at the last season of Mad Men, when Donna's trying to figure out his drinking. When he starts drink, because he's a spirits guy, he'll like pick up the bottle with a dry erase mark and like mark where it is when he on the evening when he starts. You could even have be starting to do similar behaviors like that. But I think for her it's a pride thing.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, I don't want nobody to know myself.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So yeah, the woman and her are back at their office. She calls the woman's mother to come pick her up. She says, we have enough here to build a strong case. I can recommend some great lawyers, i.e. Matt and Foggy and Karen.
The only lawyers we know.
Yes. The woman comes, the mother comes, they have, touching reunion. Malcolm is there. Okay. He's working for Jessica.
Don't you dare. Patrick, don't you dare do this to me.
He's, upon the woman's request for alcohol, she says, maybe I've got some aspirin, which I can offer you. Malcolm, can you please get that? He goes off. She goes, Malcolm, can you get that other thing? He doesn't respond. And she goes to check on him, finds a puddle of dust,
Pat,
comes back.
Dude.
And the mother and the woman who are hugging, only the mother is left.
Pat.
She's very confused as to what just happened. And then opening credits. And you can make that like really fucking traumatic. Like you can make like, the mother is like really happy to see her daughter, right? She's like hugging her, making sure she's okay.
Maybe she's staring at her hands.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking as well. And there's like a pool of dust like at her feet, and she's like, she's like kind of in denial. She's like, where did she go?
How can you do Malcolm like that?
Well, Malcolm has no place in my story, unfortunately.
He has no place in any story, but he's my boy. He's my boy. Fuck, man.
We gotta beat down these characters, man.
Yeah, I'm being the audience. You know what I am? I'm like the MCU fan being like, it's too woke. They keep hurting all my fave characters. Damn, man, that's losing Malcolm is like that's next level, Jessica.
Yeah,
because that's the last. Because by the time her story wraps up, that's the last relationship she has. Period.
Yeah, pretty much.
Trish is gone. Like everyone else is gone.
Yeah,
he's her tether to reality in a big way.
Yeah,
and also he's a tether to her morality.
Yeah, because he in season 3 he actively maybe not in season 3, I forget, but he's actively trying to he wants to participate in what Jessica's doing because he recognizes that it's good.
He sees its potential, like, throughput
Yeah.
in a way she can't.
Yeah.
I'm devastated by that. Okay, yeah.
So get rid of Malcolm. He's out of here.
Ugh, he's dust.
Opening credits. Come back.
Okay.
And I want Jones. She wakes up in a bar, much like she was in the first season. She's passed out on the counter, the early morning light seeping through the blinds. So I just sort of want to illustrate how she's reverted back. Well, despite her progress, the snap has traumatized her as it has everyone. And
yeah, how do we punch that? Because here's what I want is I want like you were saying before. What if there are zones of like activity and zones of disactivity? Maybe Luke Cage's old bar is completely abandoned and she's there, and it's like a Fallout style, covered in shit, and she's there drinking alone. There's no one else there.
You know what? That's so funny you say that, because in my mind, I didn't write this down, but I was also picturing Luke Cage's bar.
But yeah, but what? Yeah, right. But like, it's completely gutted.
Yeah.
And this is the great thing about the snap is like, well, suddenly there's more booze than you know what to do with.
Right, exactly. Yeah. I reckon, that would make sense if she was in just some abandoned sort of derelict bar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Double sad.
So yeah, she wakes up, better get home. She starts walking. On her way, she sees Luke Cage handing out food and clothes to people on the street, like Bumpy Johnson did.
Okay.
She goes up, talks to him. They have a nice catch up. She's sort of talking about she's observing how Luke Cage has embodied this new gangster with a heart of gold archetype now. Cage mentions that he is being plagued by some other by some sort of super vigilante. She gets tasked with hunting this person down.
Okay. I have an idea, but I'll keep it to myself.
All right.
Because I think... Yeah, okay, go
on. So that's sort of her task for the episode. That's her direction. Again, like a sort of classic Jessica Jones episode. She gets tasked with finding X person, does the whole investigation.
Can we double down on the sadness and maybe like he has access to a pharmacy or something? Or
Cage does.
Yeah, they've captured some resource she's interested in that is like indicative of who she used to be when she was not in this place. Like maybe Cage is like, well, I actually have access to all of that antidepressant that you need, and
that would be an interesting complication for Cage's character too, like willingly and actively sort of
holding that over.
Participating in her like sort of less good areas,
and he might get away with the best of both angles, which is he might be like, well, I know you wouldn't do it if I didn't have this. But you do it anyway. And you will do it because you do it anyway.
Yeah.
And he's wrong in that moment because she wouldn't, because she needs that, because she's a fucking mess. Maybe they miss each other in that way.
Right. So, yeah, after her investigation, she finds out whether the next deal is going down. After her initial interrogation... Wait. Okay, so that's Jessica Jones's task for the episode.
She's going to find whoever this superpower person is that's messing with Luke's shit.
Yes.
Yeah, gotcha.
We cut to Karen. After her initial interrogation of the suspects, she is suspicious that Luke Cage is somehow involved in this. And someone involved in Cage's enterprise might be... Wait. Oh, right. So her suspicion of Luke Cage is founded because the NYPD also have a file on Cage. He's operating in public as a gangster, pretty much. But Karen is the one who makes the connection that Cage's enterprise might be involved with the Church of Thanos, as they seem to be well funded. Cage was at one of the church's sponsored charity events giving away food and clothes. And in fact, you know, you could sort of have it in the background that this is where Jessica met Cage at. He was at one of these, you know, he's not just rolling up in a van throwing out food and clothes to people. This is a public routine event that he does for members of the church.
Yeah.
So that's sort of Karen's direction for this episode. Jessica is staking out we cut back to Jessica. She's staking out one of the deals. She's found out when the next one is happening. Then as she's sort of staking this out, Matt joins her on the rooftop unexpectedly. Because, you know, despite, you know, because Matt's still active in this world. He's still Daredevil.
Yeah, he's still fucking Daredevil.
He's aware of things going on in New York about shady deals and such.
Do you have a suit pitch?
No.
Because I've been thinking about this.
Yeah, okay.
I've been thinking about this a lot. This has been keeping me up at night.
Yeah, all right.
I don't know how Born Again will justify a new suit. In this setting that you've pitched, I want it to be like, I want the vibe to be the same vibe. I can't believe I'm invoking Zack Snyder.
Mm-hmm.
I apologize to everyone that cares about me, everyone that's read my books, everyone who's a fan of my work, but you will understand why in a second. I want it to be the vibe of Batman and the Flash forward in Batman v Superman, where he's in like the post-apocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
I want the Daredevil suit to be like incomplete, repaired,
Right. Yeah.
neo-noir. Like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I
That'd
want
be cool.
I want the vibe to be like he just had to go to Potter's workshop and like get what was left.
Yeah.
That's the energy.
I like that. Yeah. Yeah, like one of the horns is bigger than the other or something
Exactly.
like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or they're the same, but one of them has been cut off.
Yeah.
Shit,
Actually, that'd be cool.
yeah.
Hellboy kind of vibes.
Exactly. Well, because like maybe Potter got snapped.
Yeah.
No one can repair it.
Yeah.
And it's fully like, I want it to be fucked up. You know,
I like that.
I want the armor to be damaged. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, she sort of Matt's, you know, hey, what are you doing? You know, I've been the one stalking these guys for the last few weeks. What are you doing here? And you know, they sort of catch up. She tells Matt about this superpowered goon of Fisk's that she's hunting, and that's why she's here. Matt identifies them among the patrolling crowd because he can do that. You know, their heartbeats are stronger than the rest or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They're about to pincer move them when Matt hears another person, a third party, like them, scouting from far away on another rooftop. The two, and this person goes down to the dock where this deal is happening and engages them. This third party takes out all the goons, gets in a bit of a tussle with the superpowered one. They're holding their own ground. But they're kind of losing the upper hand. That's when Daredevil intervenes and saves them. So they beat the Fisk's superpowered goon. The hooded figure is interrogated by Matt and Jessica. This person seems to want the weapons that are the subject of the deal. They fight. Jessica and Matt both get their ass whooped by this person.
Okay.
Because one, they're superpowered, and two, they are sort of competent in martial arts. So they have one element more than each of them have, if that makes sense.
It does.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, combined.
Yeah.
I
exactly.
understand.
Yeah. And then this person is revealed to be Trish.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah. I wasn't trying to be that guy, but okay,
Yeah.
sure. Okay. Yeah.
She rings, Cage, I've got the stuff. Cage's people come to pick up the stuff, as well as the knocked out Soup, Fisk's goon. Daredevil and Jess hitch a ride back with them. They go in and this is the revelation of a new setting. Cage, in his expansion of being the kingpin of New York, he has his own prison.
Bro.
He has a giant facility, basically.
Fuck yeah.
That's a prison and a laboratory and whatever else have you.
It's probably like a university campus or something.
Something like that. Something something big and practical, but low key and sort of, unassuming.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'm into that. Yeah. All right.
You can have a lot of interesting conversations here. This is the first time like Matt and Cage are seeing each other again for the first time, for example.
Mm-hmm.
You can have sort of the conflict between Jessica and Cage build up in this scene of Cage has obviously been, not telling her a bunch of stuff about his plans and why he needs this, why he's just taken this guy, and the weapons as well.
I think there's also a thread there of like you could have Matt almost shut out of this because he's not powered.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like maybe he tries to intervene and Trish just picks him up and moves him.
Yeah.
You could kind of imagine this sort of this kind of conciliation of these three stories as being like they all kind of resent Matt for being the guy at the end of the Defenders.
Mm-hmm.
Or they don't like that he was the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Trish especially would hate that.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, it's Jessica or it's me or it's nobody.
Mm-hmm.
Luke is like, and you could have that. You're exactly right. You have the conversation. What great heroic sacrifice, wasn't it? You buried yourself alive. What the fuck are you doing here now?
Right.
And then Jessica could defend him.
Yeah.
And be like, he's doing. Yeah. Like that's the kind of levers you could start pulling.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think from this scene, and this carries on to the rest of the season, is that these are basically split up into teams. It's like Trish and Cage versus Jess and Matt.
Yeah, fuck with that.
Yeah. But there's this goes on, there's going to be more fill in the gaps kind of stuff. But this is one of them. You could have really interesting conversations between these characters. They go back. Cage has a laboratory set up. What is his laboratory for? Well, it's not really clear at this point. They have Fisk's superpowered goon tied up, and then in enters who else but Father Quinn, Hardy himself.
Shit.
He touches the goon, something happens, and he takes his powers away. So it seems like his powers are legit. And I think what you're supposed to infer from this is that it's not really healing, it's more about resetting is what his powers are.
Huh.
Yeah.
So it's kind of Legend of Korra, take your bending away.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
I vibe. That's
Yeah.
cool. Oh.
Yeah.
That's stressful.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And so that this is meant to, one, convey his powers, two, illustrate how sinister and underground Cage and his relationship is, and three, also that they have a relationship more, yeah.
Yeah, and that crime thing, like being the crime boss, would be very convenient to have a guy on your payroll who, anytime someone powered comes up, could make it go away.
Exactly.
I wonder if there might be maybe some repercussions, for that thing that he's doing. Yeah, man. Is Luke Cage going to be the villain? I don't know.
Oh, all right.
I don't know.
Let me just see if I missed anything. I've also tried to include a healthy amount of fight scenes in every episode.
Okay.
Because it is a Daredevil show. You got to have these.
Yeah.
I was thinking you could, with the fight scene between when Trish is fighting the Jess and Matt, you need to play on both of their weaknesses in that scene. You need to when she's versing Jess needs to be completely outmatched in terms of like martial arts skills and like reflexes and stuff like that. Jess, that's the awkward thing about her in the Defenders. They didn't know what to do with her. She's super powered, but she can't fight for shit, right?
She doesn't know about it.
So she just gets absolutely knocked on her ass.
She gets rinsed every time.
Meanwhile, Daredevil, you can see him flipping around, doing whatnot. doesn't really work though, because he's, you know, he may as well be punching a brick wall, one hit, and he's like gets the wind knocked out of him. You know, he's like on the floor, like like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I want it to be sort of like awkward and real.
Yeah.
And that's because that's gonna come back later. I want that. Essentially, I want Matt to coach Jess in boxing later on in the season.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. No, I like that. And then maybe Jess is like, here's how you actually be tough.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not about physicality, it's about the mental attitude.
Right. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. But yeah, that's the episode of that's the end of episode 2.
No, I like it. It's good. It's strong.
All right. Episode 3.
Yeah. Let's do it.
So this cold open is with Luke Cage, and Luke's cold open is with Claire.
Pat, you gotta stop hurting me, bro. Malcolm was gone, and now you're trying to bring Claire into this?
Oh, hold on. Hold your horses. All right, so this cold open is Cage is trying to make up with Claire, because if you remember at the end of...
You know I don't.
Well, I'll explain it to you.
Thank you.
At the end of season 2 of Luke Cage, throughout season 2 of Luke Cage, he has a falling out with Claire.
Because...
Yeah, so that's the thing. It's because Cage is continually getting involved in the criminal world. And forgive me, this might not be true, but from what I remember, he is becoming more and more morally dubious, and his sort of his attitude and his general being is a lot more troubled. And I think at one point he snaps at Claire for something, I can't remember, and then Claire takes that as a sign of like, you know, he's becoming a different person, you know.
Well, it's clear that he can't have both.
Yeah.
Well, and it's like he has to keep doing all these wrong things to do the right thing.
Yeah.
And after a certain point, it's like, we're just doing the wrong thing.
Yes, exactly. Excuse me.
And like not in like not in like an ecological way where it's like, oh well, it makes sense in the geography of like how the city works, but like by necessity, to be who he is, to be bulletproof, he has to keep crossing a line.
All right, so I'm envisioning this as, so yeah, at the end of season 2, Claire comes to Harlem's Paradise and tries to sort of talk with Luke, and that's when the Godfather thing happens where he shuts the door. So in this scene, I'm imagining he's flown over to, forgive me, it's one of like the sort of like Central American Caribbean islands where Claire's mother is from. I think it might be the DR or something. But, you know, imagine Cage has flown over there. I think, yeah, she's Cuban. So he's flown over to Cuba to visit Claire, who's staying with her mother.
Private jet, nice clothes,
yeah, something like that, you know.
Yeah.
Maybe, actually, not private jet. You know, business class, plane, but not private jet. That's
okay.
That's important.
Yeah. I'm just trying to pitch, but yeah, you go.
I've been sort of seeped into the world of Breaking Bad, so I'm imagining this long drawn out sequence of him at the airport getting his bags, you know, sort of meditative, you know, kind of sequence.
Maybe the airport scanners don't like him.
Oh yeah,
that could be funny.
That would be funny. Fun. Yeah, it's just some little portraits of how he exists, stuff like that.
He does the 3D scanner thing that they make you do now.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, you know, you cut to the screen of the tech person looking at it, and every area for him is because it's all about density, looking for things you're hiding. Right. His entire body is density.
That would be funny.
And they're like, what the fuck do we do with this?
When they're scanning him with the thing, they have to get 2 attendants to scan him at the same time because he's just so big.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's some comedy there.
Yeah, there's potential there.
Yeah.
Anyway, when he gets there, this conversation is about Claire's very understandable concern over how Luke is now essentially the Godfather. Luke tries to justify it by saying it's either going to be him or someone worse. At least this way, he can control the streets, make it so that no one gets hurt who shouldn't. Claire says, and who decides who gets to be hurt? You? And then Cage says, haven't I always decided? So yeah, they have a conversation. There's some interesting bits in there like that. Some interesting themes. It ends rather inconclusively though. There's no progress made on reconciliation or anything like that. It is just a conversation. Their dynamic is still as it was. Now I want this sequence to be a bit of a bait and switch because of the last two cold opens. You expect Claire to snap at some point, but she doesn't. He gets back to the airport, gets in the plane, is flying back in first class. Mike Coulter is going to have to pull some weight here with his acting. I'm imagining like a shot of him sitting on the plane, just sort of thinking about this conversation they just had, reflecting. He dozes off to sleep. He wakes up to chaos. Everyone's screaming, panicking, trying to open the door to the pilot's hatch. He's in business class, so he's right at the front of the plane. Yeah. He inquires what happened. They reply, people just vanished.
Could wherever his headquarters are that we've already seen, whatever office building it is he's taken over with his gang of good guys, could we have the conversation as he gets on the plane and he's like completely in his own head? Could we have the CEO of that company sitting next to him? And he's like trying to stop the conversation because he's so in his head about Claire. And he's like, I'm the CEO of blah 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 corporation. And we saw that in the couple previous episodes that were Cage's headquarters.
Right.
Because he knew it'd be vacant because the guy got snapped. Could we add that sinister angle?
That would okay. I like that.
Yeah,
Yes, yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Like,
but it's an incomplete loop where like maybe he's like, I run blah 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 company that's a subsidiary of insert the name of the building that Luke Cage.
Like this guy's just like talking at him.
Yeah, he's just like completely in his own head.
That would be funny and sinister at the same time.
And the sort of the audio fades into like white noise of the plane engine. That then fades into my Coulter closing his eyes.
Yep. I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
So he wakes up to chaos. He helps them open the cockpit only to find that the pilots are gone.
Oh, fuck. Is he going to be the only one to survive the crash? Shit.
This is the kind of extended sequence about Cage trying to manage people. Chaos, people screaming, does anyone know anything about planes? Silence. Cage takes the initiative and has a go. He tries calling for control over, what their comms. No answer. It's on autopilot. It'll steer us until we can contact someone on the ground. If you remember as well, this is going to be a motif, is that in Infinity War, when the snap happens, there's like thunder. I want it to sort of be a thing where as the snap happens, like there's like storms happening all over the world and stuff.
Yeah, well, there's displacement of mass. Something's going to happen.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So yeah, he after that sequence of him trying to contact someone through the comms, no answer, and he notices it's storming outside. They get hit with some turbulence. People panic, but it's fine. It stabilizes. And then lightning, then a massive jolt. The plane starts to tilt. Cage does his best to get in the cockpit and correct it, but he rips the steering off
because he's so strong.
The plane goes into a nosedive. People are screaming and praying. It's pandemonium. It's horrifying. Cage realizes it's all over. Everyone here is going to die. Cage climbs back up through the hole. He sees a child being flung around. He catches her. He straps himself into a seat, wraps the kid in his jacket, holds it tightly. A last desperate attempt to save this one child. Cut to black. Cage awakes on a shore somewhere. The sky is dark and gloomy. Around him are debris. His clothes at the front are bloody, somehow stained and lingering, even from the seawater. He looks at his hands. Play intro.
Fuck, man. Yeah. Okay. Oh, if we're going to get dark with it, we're going to get dark with it. Yeah. That's fucked up.
Yeah.
So yeah. I mean, read between the lines, folks. That's grim. That's going to change you forever.
Exactly, yeah. So, yeah, the point of this scene, I think, you like everyone suffers a heap of trauma during the snap. I want his to be especially traumatic because it sort of justifies a leap from superhero to mob boss. Like that's a pretty big leap, and I feel like you need something to justify that.
I like the idea of him on the plane trying to control people.
Yeah.
Becoming the mechanism that he's like, it's like the response to the trauma that is enacted in Harlem.
Right.
Where he's like, but if I'm in control of everything.
Yes.
It's like what I talked about with the Hegelian dialectic. It's like, if there's just a homogeny where one person's in charge, it's like, we can eliminate violence.
Yes, exactly.
We can fix all the there was a guy who came up with that called Adolf Hitler. And then there was a guy called Reagan who was like, what if I copied him? And then there's a guy now called Trump.
Oh, interesting.
Who had no original ideas under the sun on this stuff. Yeah. Turns out dictator's bad.
All right. So this episode picks up from the last one. Right before they de-soup the, Fisk's goon, they get information from him about where Fisk is. What is he doing? And they get that information. And so this episode starts off with them on their way to this Intel's location.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe this is a bit silly, but I just have this really funny image of the four of them, Matt, Jess, Trish, and Luke riding like the back of like a van or something as they go into this location, and they just have time to kill. And you could have some interesting conversations here. Matt could ask Cage, what happened to Claire? And then he could say, oh, she's gone with the rest.
Can I pitch a ridiculous alteration?
Yeah, what's that?
What if it's an abandoned subway? Like they just use the subways of New York to get around because no one's using them anymore because there's nowhere to go.
Yeah.
And so they're just sitting in this empty thing, and like maybe it's you pick a B character, like it's Karen's police cop partner that they've involved in this or something, who is driving the train. Do you know what I mean?
Yep. I like that.
That could be funny.
Yeah, cause it adds a flavor of like New Yorkness to it as well.
Right.
Yeah. Yep, I like that. So yeah, Trish, Cage, Jones, and Murdoch all have to work together to infiltrate Fisk's hideout and draw him out. Make this an espionage with an added twist of having the invincible tank that is Cage. Yeah, I also thought in this sort of sequence you could build some conflict, some interesting tension between Jess and Trish, because I mean, apart from they haven't really caught up, so I think Trish would have a lot of feelings of abandonment, about betrayal, because Jess is essentially the one who sent her to the raft.
Mm-hmm.
You could also have, because as I said, the teams are divided, Trish and Cage and Jess and Matt. You could have tension between Cage and Jess. Cage could direct this at Matt and say, she's a killer, right? And then Matt says, and then Jessica says, and you're not, and he goes, no. Oh wait, no, sorry. Oh no. Okay, right. Okay, so I think she's a killer. That could be Jess talking about Trish, because Trish, she's killed multiple people. She's killed Jess's mum as well as that guy from the third season.
Yeah.
So I suppose this is between Jess and Cage, and because Cage so far has not killed anyone as far as we know in his rise to gangster fame. He's a moral gangster, and Jess could be like, she's killed people, and then she's a killer, and then Cage could say, and you're not, and then Jess could go, no.
Well, right, and then the two leaders, like philosophically, are Matt and Cage, both of whom haven't killed someone.
Mm-hmm.
They're kind of the like philosophical leaders of the dyads they're in.
Right, but also in this scene, I think it would be interesting because the person who says no is Jess to the question, are you a killer?
Right.
I reckon it'd be interesting to have Jess see herself as not a murderer, because
what she did was a physical necessity.
Yeah, like,
in killing
it's such a morally complicated thing, like an event of killing Kilgrave in that, as it happened. So, it's... I mean, that's one for like fucking Aristotle or something.
Yeah, I am not trying to but you know,
Yeah.
someone's, but like his entire life is this thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have to like he is fundamentally, if we think about like ecology again, he is fundamentally incompatible with reality.
It's like the trolley problem on steroids, you know,
Right.
like, yeah. And so I think it would be interesting for Jessica to say no to the fact that aren't you a killer, to the question, are you a killer?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, she refutes it,
Yeah.
but maybe the way that you write that is that the way that that kind of denial is pitched by Jessica is this kind of inverse of Matt pitching about why he should kill Fisk in season 3.
Mm-hmm.
Because Matt's whole thing is like, well, if no one kills him, we have no recourse.
Yeah.
But Jessica, in killing Kilgrave, is correct.
Yeah.
Like, and you could kind of reverse engineer it. I don't know how you'd like do the action plus this, like these arguments and stuff. But like maybe that's like part of it is like the thing that's interesting here is Matt fully understands where Jess is coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Yeah.
he was on the other side of it, and he was like, I was in a situation where there was no other option. Like you know, truly for Matt, he was like, this is my only choice. And then he
Mhm.
realized it wasn't. And then, you know, and maybe you plant this scene earlier of Jessica telling him about Kilgrave. And he kind of goes, look, because I'm a Catholic, I can't endorse this. But like, you really didn't have a choice.
Mm.
And so for him, maybe it's this kind of admission that his faith is kind of a blurred line rather than like a hard line. And you could bring
Yeah.
that back in this conversation of maybe he accuses Trish of having like a lack of imagination.
Mm.
You know, she's so hard and fast in this. She's like, you know, you've made up your mind because it makes you feel like what you're doing is right.
Mm.
But that doesn't make what you do right. It just makes you think a type of way.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Like it's a messy, ambivalent sort of like 4-way conversation going on here about who's killed who and was it right, and you know, like, and
Yeah.
you have all these different positions on that topic.
Yeah, and no
Yeah.
one's right.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Yeah.
I reckon that'd be a really cool soup of conversation right here. Yeah.
And you could even have Matt pull the martyr card. That's like as a get out of like if you need to change the scene to something else to move it along, you could have him be like, you know, I loved a murderer.
Right.
Pull the Electra card.
Yeah.
He always has that in his back pocket. He's like, even the worst of us can be loved and love. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, in response to Jess denying that, I reckon Cage would go, generally when you snap a man's neck and he stops breathing, that means you've killed someone. And then he goes, do you know about this, Murdoch? And then, actually, I reckon it would be interesting to have that previous conversation between Jess and Matt. But also, on the other hand, I think it would be interesting if Matt already knew about this. You know, stuff concerning superpowered people must interest Matt Murdoch.
Yeah.
So he goes, yeah, I know, the man who could control people with his words. If there was a man as dangerous as that, I might have done the same thing, wouldn't you? So again, it's a similar sort of line where Matt sympathizes with Jessica, I think, yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
But yeah, the subtext being here that Matt actually probably wouldn't, but Cage, as he is now, might.
Oh. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I fuck with that pretty
Yeah.
hard. Yeah, that's kind of cool.
So they get to the destination. Matt speaks to Cage. Cage, what's the plan with him? I mean, afterwards, you're going to keep him in that prison of yours? I'm just wondering if maybe there isn't another way, a legal way. Cage says nothing and stares at him. Matt continues, I know people, court officials, judges. They still remember what Fisk did to the city. We can lock him up properly. Cage interrupts. You've put this man away twice, and both times he's gotten out. You ever hear the definition of insanity, Murdoch? No, I'm handling him this time. The point of this is that he's trying to carry on Foggy's legacy. He was always a proponent of the law, and that is how Matt is skewed in this season, seemingly against the grain of everyone else. So again, the ghost of Foggy is a motivator and an influence on Matt's decision making. Yeah.
That works. That's strong.
Yeah.
That really works. And I think the idea of kind of making Matt almost like morally or ethically insufficient in that capacity, because he's reacting to that loss, is a really that's a really strong, for me, storytelling maneuver, because it puts him in a position of weakness that is the correct position to be in. And that is Matt Murdock's entire shit, is being in the weaker moral position and having conviction in that.
Yeah, that's so true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like having conviction that being wrong is important, and that like having conviction and an insufficient morality is the point of being alive. That's the point of being human. And that there is no turnkey that solves reality, and that you just have to pick your battles in that sense. And I like the idea that it's him chasing Foggy's legacy, but maybe misapprehending Foggy a little bit. Like maybe he passes that through the Matt Murdock, like, I'm Jesus lens, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe he misunderstands some aspects of Foggy's morality.
Right, like it is just the golden abstract idea of like, oh, we should do things by the law, whereas really that's not reflective of like a human thought process.
No, and for Foggy it would be like, I just want you to live a happy life with Karen. But he's so chasing the moral compunctions of Foggy that he can't live that happy moral life with Karen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's that nice kind of antithesis.
So they arrive at Fisk HQ, let's call it, which is like a building. I want this to be like the scene from the Defenders when they storm the Hand headquarters, but actually good and better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's Fisk. Can it be like a art gallery or something?
Oh yeah, that would actually, yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah.
I'm imagining that scene from one of the John Wicks where he's in an art gallery and he's shooting people. That was sick.
But what if all of the art is gone and instead you see the dust outlines of where the art used to be?
Oh yeah.
Because Vanessa's gone and so too is the art. He's removed it. He's destroyed it.
Okay. All right.
In retribution.
Yes, you could definitely do some interesting characterization, world building here. Yeah.
Or it's a normal building and it's all painted fully white. Do you know what I mean?
It's popcorn walls, like
yeah.
It
depends how insane you want to get, but that could be really good action sequences. Every punch fires out a blood splatter.
Oh yeah.
In a hallway, that could be your hallway fight for the season.
Well, yes, yeah. I want to. I want this to be a proper good hallway fight. So this is where a lot of your fight budget is going to go. So this is a whole last sequence of Matt and Jessica trying to take things slow and cautious. Meanwhile, Luke Cage is just charging forward, tanking everything, while Trish is stalking through the vents, clearing the way for Cage somewhat.
Okay.
So I want this sort of dichotomy of like, of Trish and Cage being this like, you know, just unstoppable force, chaotic, like doesn't give a fuck, and Jess and Matt being the more sort of like mature, like sort of
disciplined.
Yeah, disciplined ones.
Yeah, fuck with that, yeah.
But and I also want to illustrate just how much more effective Trish and Cage are at storming this building, taking out guys than Matt and Jess ever could be.
Yeah.
Like that's the trade-off, yeah. Eventually they make it to the top and find Fisk. He puts up suspiciously little fights and goes with them willingly. But before that, you could have some rich dialogue here. You know, you could have Fisk talking about Cage's destructive potential, him recognizing everyone in this room, him recognizing everyone in the room and their respective histories, because, you know, he would do his research. He would comment on Jessica's past, on Trisha's past, whatever.
And he might even say, like, you know, our absentee friends, Karen and Mr. Nelson.
Yeah.
What would they think of you now?
Well, I think it would be fun. It would be interesting because, yeah, I think it would be cool to have a moment of familiarity between Matt and Fisk, where on the one hand you could have Matt asking, you know, where's Vanessa, and then Fisk goes, the universe took her from me, and then he goes, I'm sorry, and then Matt says, I'm sorry, and then Fisk could go, as I am about Franklin Nelson, but I suspect we are not here to dish out condolences.
Or do you tweak the last line? Because Vanessa's Matt's leverage.
Yeah.
And so maybe you spin it both ways. Where instead of dishing out condolences, maybe he goes, I suspect that I lost more than you ever could. Like whatever the inverse of the line, like the idea of him losing Foggy is bad, but the idea of Matt losing leverage over Fisk is like existentially problematic for Matt.
Mm-hmm. Right.
However you write that line, it has to have that little like mic drop moment of like, you have no power over me anymore. That
right.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
Because that's the whole thing is like, so long as Vanessa's alive, Matt has the leverage.
But yes, and I reckon it would be interesting if Fisk interpreted it that way, but Matt was more or less sincere.
Yes,
in his
100%. Yeah, Fisk is in his like, someone says, what do you want for breakfast? And he's like, we're in ancient Rome. And Matt's like, nah, bro, like, I just wanted to know if you wanted sunny side up or not.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Yeah, you play it that way.
Yes. I also wrote, speaking of ancient stuff, it'd be funny if to Matt he could have a line where he's like, it seems we are fated to go around in circles like Sisyphus, an endless repeating trudge up a mountain. Our battle is eternal, you and I. The universe denies us any conclusion. Because
that's a good Fisk.
They've been doing this a long time.
That's Batman and the Joker, baby.
Exactly, yeah. Insert some cosmic flavor in there.
Mm-hmm.
So they could arrest him. They take him back. But this is part of Fisk's bigger plan.
I've seen The Dark Knight. I know he gets captured on purpose.
This is very Dark Knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a bit trite when it comes to some areas, I'll admit.
Fisk has his head hanging out the car. He's doing the shot,
that would be something.
Imagine, listen, Vinny.
You know how PlayStation released a bunch of GIFs of their exclusive characters recreating like popular GIFs and stuff like that? Have you seen that?
What an insane sentence. No, what are you talking about?
It's crazy. So, like, for example, the GIF of like Ron Swanson from Parks and Rec throwing his computer into the trash can.
Yes.
They did that with Kratos. Like, and they just repeat, and they, like another meme with, I don't know, I can't think of any right now, but for example, there's a popular meme that they've replaced with Aloy or Ellie from The Last of Us, and they've just recreated these popular memes with PlayStation characters.
That sucks.
Yeah, they should do that with this. They should get Vinny D to do the Joker thing where he sticks his head out.
Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, Ratchet and Clank are out there doing like a Troy and Abed high five or something, Yeah. Okay. Well, that's upsetting to learn about, first of all. That sucks.
They should have Jessica doing the thing where she's like pointing at the cat, she's like
it's Foggy Nelson, it's the numbers falling down.
Oh yeah.
And it's zooming on his face as he's thinking,
Yeah, exactly.
Say what you will, Microsoft, catch up.
Mm-hmm.
Catch up, Xbox.
What are you doing?
Sony are making memes. And you guys are, can't make another Halo. That one didn't do well. And these guys are making memes.
So yeah, this was all part of Fisk's bigger plan. He just needed to know where Cage's underground prison / laboratory was.
Okay.
He was tracked, and as they bring him back, explosions go off. Pandemonium. It's not just Fisk's goons. It seems an entire army is here, armed with hammer tech that Cage is vulnerable to, that we saw in Luke Cage season 1.
Now, if I had forgotten what happens in Luke Cage,
so
I'm speaking for the viewer, obviously not myself. If I, as a viewer, had not watched or had forgotten Luke Cage season 1, Hammer Tech is Justin Hammer, the bad guy from Iron Man 2.
Yeah, that's right.
Fucking hell.
It's such a weird, it's such a weird bit to reference.
Yeah, I have philosophical whiplash from that. And so what is it? They just make real big bullets.
Yeah, they make it look. He makes like a bullet that drills into your skin and detonates.
Because if you're
And,
bulletproof, a drill is
yeah, a drill is like the thing that would counter that. It just gets in between his cells or something, I suppose.
I don't know. What are we, biologists?
Anyway, but you know, there's a precedent for stuff that can defeat Fisk, that can defeat Cage, and
Correct.
so obviously Fisk would know about it and exploit it.
That's like priority number one.
Yeah, exactly.
Take out the big mob boss, because I'm the big mob boss.
Take out the invincible fucking superhero mob boss. Yeah, exactly.
He would be so jealous of that. He'd be like, I'm trying to get myself invincible the fastest way possible.
Exactly.
I'm trying to be all of their powers combined.
Mhm.
You know.
So yeah, I think again another big splashy action sequence. All the heroes are fighting for their lives. Eventually they do get, you know, after a close call, Fisk is about to escape, but they get him just before he does. At the end of the episode, the heroes are all, you know, they've been blown about, they've been punched, they've been shot at. They are at the end of their line. Fisk has they've just barely managed to prevent Fisk from escaping, and he is once again at the mercy of the heroes.
Okay.
Fisk was just, as Cage said earlier in the episode, Fisk has escaped from prison twice. And his attempt at putting Fisk in his prison has immediately gone tits up. This is a man that you cannot put anywhere, that you cannot lock up anywhere at his full abilities. He will escape.
Oh dear. What is about to happen?
And so Cage grabs Fisk's hands. He starts squeezing. Fisk is screaming. Matt is there. He's telling Cage to stop it. You know, he's saying, he's yelling at Cage, you know, you don't have to do this. Cage squeezes, crushes Fisk's hands. Blood spurts everywhere. Close up of Fisk's face, paralleling the shot from Luke Cage season 1 of Cornell Stokes beating that guy with blood on his face. I want there to be a visual parallel there.
We put a building in the background somehow that looks like a crown of some description.
You could have that, yes.
Oh, what if it's the same? Because they've just come out. That's the headquarters they're trying to get to. What if it's the same building, the headquarters that Luke Cage is set up in? That was the guy that the CEO on the plane was.
There you
CEO
go.
Of the
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a really sort of lavish looking building as well.
It's nice, and it's got vibes.
It's sort of like spiked at the top, looks like a crown. That would be great.
And maybe that's from a plane that's clipped it on its way down.
Yeah, okay.
So it's an imperfect, it's a compromised crown.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
I like that.
Yeah. I'm trying to do symbolism, bro.
That's great. I like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah. He and that's the end of the episode with Fisk screaming, blood on Cage's
The
face.
fuck?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So I guess the thing here is, all right. First of all, the crushing of hands. That's kind of like a Christian, like religious, symbolic thing, right? The hands are a very sacred kind of object in, like Abrahamic mythology.
It's no mistake. Jesus is a carpenter.
Yeah. The hands, it's the stuff you make things with. Fisk perverts that idea. The things he makes with his hands are evil and corrupt, and by crushing Fisk's hands, you take away his ability to act in the world.
Right,
And
because it's an obsession with physical production.
Yeah. And it's a way of, he doesn't kill Fisk. It's a way of maiming him in a way where you can keep him prisoner and keep him alive and not compromise your morality. But it does, is the thing.
Right.
Yeah.
It's Matt trying not to kill Fisk at the end of season 3.
Yeah.
But it's doing it in a different way.
Yeah, and it's still horrific is the thing. Like I have this really strong, vivid image in my head of Fisk screaming, you know, at the top of his lungs, and Matt, you know, on Cage's arm, like maybe he starts like punching Cage, trying like let him to let go of Fisk, and you know, as he's, you know, bones crunching, blood spraying on Cage's face. Like, I think I thought a lot about the relationship between Fisk and Cage and what it should evolve into, and I think that was where I landed at. Is Cage needs to keep Fisk. He needs to subdue him, but not kill him, essentially.
Yeah, maybe maybe that starts as, you know, Jessica and Matt are like, you know, they start pitching, and then Cage goes, and then Fisk does some line like he always does, and then maybe the scene goes silent, and the whole thing is in complete silence.
Yes.
And it's this, you watch it all, and you see him grabbing his hands, and then it's just all Luke Cage's face, and then you see Matt try and come in and stop him, and he just ignores it. You see Jay, and it's just, and then you don't see it, but you feel it, and the blood comes on his face, and he sort of bears down on him, and the camera doesn't move, and then when he bears down on him properly and lets go and steps back, it cuts to credits.
Yeah.
And it's just that, like, it's just him staring at the camera, soaked in this guy's blood from crushing his hands. You know, and it's that kind of like horrific. There was a line that you had once crossed, and when you didn't know it at the time, but when you crossed it, there was no way back.
Yeah, exactly. It is a line that is crossed, and it's not murder level, but it's a pretty horrific.
It's almost worse than it's worse than murder. It's, you know, it's sort of like involuntarily euthanizing like a pedophile or something, where it's not addressing the darkness at the heart of your society. It's finding ways to avoid being culpable for decisions made within your society that run counter to the values that you claim to have. And it's Cage, ironically, and like finally living up to his fucking name as well, in being the ultimate person that can put barriers in other people.
Yeah,
he's the you know, he is, as a vehicle, as an entity in the world, ultimately capable of like deciding people's boundaries and limitations, because he has none. And so you get that nice kind of echo. And so maybe later on you get to use the word Cage as a charged word. You know.
Yeah.
Someone goes, well, you finally lived up to it, Luke. They don't have to say it like that, but you know what I mean? Like it has that kind of charge to it of him making that choice. Especially for Fisk, a guy whose most animalistic instincts come out in these big physical moments of boxing or jamming a guy's head in a door, like, you know, like that kind of animal Fisk element. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah,
it's dark as shit.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's the darkest Cage will get.
Okay.
And it was. I thought it was a place that was pretty fucking dark, but like not an irredeemable place to send a character, you know, like
he doesn't just like put his hands on the side of Fisk's head and squeeze,
yeah, exactly.
You know,
it's not a Homelander kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hey, it's good. You know what? I'm invested so far. I've this is the point where I'm like, this story has to happen. This is so good. Do you have anything else before we take a break?
No, let's take a break.
Okay, because now I need to pee. Which, about, you know, ratio wise makes sense. So we're gonna take a quick break. You'll hear some advertising of something or other, something within the network. We don't do advertising outside of our network. We don't take paid advertising. Everything we do, we keep in-house. We care about it. We're gonna be right back with more of. I don't know where it's going. I'm so thrilled to be not in the driver's seat. So we'll be right back.
This season of Daredevil in the Details is brought to you by the Maynard Trigg series. These are my dying Earth science fantasy steampunk coming of age novels. The third book is out now. You can grab the first book, Maynard Trigg and the Creature Beneath the Veil, hardback or paperback. It's on special right now at underink.press. Appreciate any support you guys give. These books are one of my favorite things I've ever done. I'm super proud of them, and I would love you guys to check it out. If you're interested in the stuff we do, I guarantee you'll enjoy these books. Head to underink.press and grab your copy today.
All right, welcome back. We just finished episode 3. Let's keep moving. Let's keep going. I'm keen to see where we end up next.
I also just want to preface this. These are a bit, as the episodes go on, they become a bit less concrete. Those first 3 episodes were where a lot of my creative energy went.
I mean, the setup is 90% of a story.
Exactly.
So.
I have discovered I'm more of a setup guy than a payoff guy.
That is not how storytelling works. Anyone can do a setup, but I know what you mean. That's why payoff is so hard. It's the hardest bit.
Yeah.
But maybe we can workshop it together. And make
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I need your help with the conclusions, maybe.
Yeah. Hey, I'm good at it. That's fine. We can make that work.
So episode 4, it opens. The cold open for this one is Wilson Fisk during the snap. So opening with a Vatican cardinal tied to a chair in a dark room. He's praying in Latin. A figure comes into the room. A mincing silhouette. They step forward. It's Vanessa.
I cannot express to you how much you have dialed into the things I love about this show. Fucking let's go.
The context of their conversation seems to be that this cardinal insulted Vanessa somehow by denying her something. Perhaps access to hidden art in the Vatican? Who knows? God will judge you, says the cardinal. That is likely, but first we will be the judges of you. Fisk steps out of the shadows, takes his place next to Vanessa. They stare tenderly into each other's eyes. You insulted my wife. No one does that. Not the page. No, not the Pope. Not even God. I don't know why I'm doing a Daniel Day-Lewis accent.
Yeah,
and certainly not you.
There you go. That's it.
He punches him, and again, and again. The cardinal is bleeding, but still seems to have fight left in him. This pain is nothing to me. The grace of God will prevail and deliver me. Loud thunder cracks. Is that him? I wonder if he has anything more than thunder. Wilson? Fisk turns around, in time to watch Vanessa disappear. Vanessa! Vanessa! Silence. As I said, she has been judged. He turns back to the cardinal slowly. What have you done? He knocks the chair to the ground. The cardinal crashes down with it. What have you done? Fisk choking him out. The cardinal can't say anything on account of this. Fisk gets up. Point of view from the cardinal sees Fisk slamming his boot into his face. Cut to black. The point of this opening is to set up the idea of how Fisk is still, and always was and always will be, power hungry. He feels he is untouchable.
Right, that opening is him challenging God in a way.
Yeah. Matt's promise of, sending Vanessa away if he's committing crime in New York does not extend globally, and so that's where they've taken their crime to.
I think there is something to expound upon with the specific kind of avarice that Vanessa has for this practitioner.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the maneuver is precisely, but I think there has to be some maneuver around, like, I think it being like a common offense is either the right move or it's one of these things where it has to be something so small and nothing.
Yeah.
Or it has to be a complete overshot on the other direction. And I don't know which. I think it being small and nothing is better.
Yeah, I think so too.
I almost wonder if I don't know if this swings because you have a nice monologue there. Is the first words that Fisk says in this cold open Vanessa when she disappears? Like, what if he's just the golem to her commander?
Right. Yeah, I can see that working. I mean, I feel like that's the effect in what I've said here in that his first words were, "You insulted my wife. No one does that." It's like he's backing up Vanessa essentially. Like,
yeah. But my play, what you've got works. I'm spitballing. My play is like, maybe it's her rodeo until she, like, do you know, like, maybe he's just there to do the physical work.
Right.
And it's her offense that is being kind of, that's the treaties they're approaching. It's like,
she's offended and he's there to do the physical harm, and she's there to do the rhetorical argument. Like maybe that equals in that sense.
Yeah.
Where he doesn't need to step in on her behalf in that capacity.
Mm-hmm.
But instead, it's when, Vanessa, and then maybe he's like, what did you do? Like,
Right. Yeah.
maybe he doesn't feel the need to speak up until she's gone. And that could be the kind of, I don't know.
That has a nice rhythm to it in for a scene. Yes.
Yeah. That's just me doing scene work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Vanessa being taken in the snap means he has nowhere to direct his wrath, and so with nothing to lose, he comes back to New York to take on the universe.
Yeah. Let's fucking go.
Mm-hmm.
Do we see this in maybe like a silent movie montage?
Well, I don't know how you'd communicate it silently.
Well, I mean, returning to... I'm obsessed... Okay, I gotta be honest. I like the idea of the snap as like the dichotomy of the snap as noise and silence.
Yeah.
And so you would want to work that into your production quality to some extent.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe it's like what I'm imagining as a show is that it's upsettingly loud and also upsettingly quiet.
Yeah.
And so when Vanessa disappears, it becomes upsettingly loud. The thunder kicks, it becomes this like cacophony.
Yeah.
And then it's a track shot of Fisk walking away covered in blood. It's Fisk's face in a shower. It's the white walls of... you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like there is something there in a production sense of like the contrast of the production mirrors the contrast of Luke and Trish and Matt and Jessica.
Okay. Yeah, I feel what you're putting down.
Noise and quiet.
So, okay, how about this? That opening bit is the noise title sequence, and then when we cut back, it's Fisk in Cage's prison. His hands are wrapped in so many bandages that they are just clubs, and he's just sitting there on the bed. That's the quiet, and it's a sequence of his life in this makeshift prison. He looks at a plate next to him. It's got kebabs sticking out from it. On the end, there are pieces of meat and vegetables. Fisk leans over and grabs one with his mouth. He chews on it sadly. So I just want to sort of paint a portrait of how he's existing with crushed hands.
Can we play the same music that he usually does his omelet thing with? Disgustingly dark. Yeah.
that would be a dark callback, wouldn't it?
What if this is grim? What if it's you get the montage of someone making food with the same music, but the very last cut reveals it's not Fisk and someone feeds it to him?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like that kind of... I like the kebab thing. I think we can work... it can all be one. But I think that's the kind of nail in the coffin for him.
Yes.
Is like he can't even do the Fisk ritual.
Oh, I love that.
Like what a way to rob someone of their idea. Because it's the delicacy of flipping the pan. Like that's the whole thing. That's like his whole identity is like this delicate domination of reality. This careful precision needlework of taking over reality. Even the domestic vector of that is robbed from him.
Yes. Yeah.
In the same way Vanessa is taken.
That's good. I like that.
Bruh, you're trying to write the darkest season of TV, man. I love it. I'm into it. Oh, devastating.
So we had a little portrait of his life in prison. Matt and Jessica arrive and want to speak to him regarding his what he's been doing, his overall plan. Why has he done this? What does he want? He says.
Do they have a sense that he intended to get caught?
Well, it's all obvious by now that he initially wanted to be caught because an army attacked him as soon as he arrived at Cage's prison.
I just wanted to make sure that was like is that explicit in the narrative or is that us table knowledge? Okay.
Well, he wanted to be caught, but we
don't know why.
We don't know why. Yeah. He says he refuses to be a victim of gods. He needs to become one to fight one. So, all right, then this is I'm going to introduce I don't know if you call it a MacGuffin, but an object gonna introduce super soldier serum into the story at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I've been a bit put off this since we've talked about She-Hulk because that's a plot device in that.
It does real whiff it, doesn't it?
Yeah, to be fair, like the super soldier serum isn't a huge part of this story. It's more of a symbolic object, if anything. It's a symbol of potential power.
Is there a way we can weave that into the church?
I mean,
It
yes.
doesn't have to be that clicky, but like I think what I mean is, does it have to literally be the super soldier serum, or can we find a vector that kind of, because I don't want it to be the Trish thing.
Yeah.
The thing that made Jessica and Trish. I want it to be some corrupted imaginary of that.
Well, yeah, actually, that's funny you say that because in this story, I want to communicate the fact that there is a black market for a bunch of different organizations that have tried to synthesize super soldier serum, and all of them are not quite it.
But everyone is trying to do it.
Yeah.
And that's part of why Luke Cage's guys are so important.
Mm-hmm.
Is that they are policing the distribution of this stuff as a kind of criminal enterprise.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And so they keep capturing it and destroying it, but it keeps getting out.
Yeah. Well, actually, I didn't think of them destroying it. I just thought of them hoarding it.
That works too.
Yeah. But essentially, you're right.
But for Cage being the new Kingpin, he's not going to want competition.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe his lieutenant has it.
Exactly. Yeah. So I was thinking he could keep it in the scenario that if someone comes along that he can have complete confidence in,
deems worthy.
Yeah, he can grant them superpowers.
In a kind of perverse inverse of the church's kind of process of progression,
mm-hmm.
which is maybe the opposite, where it's about letting go of power and accepting the inevitable, which is the division.
Mm-hmm.
And it's dividing yourself between your true purpose and your purpose of serving the universe and serving reality
mm-hmm.
and serving Thanos,
Mm-hmm.
right? And so you could get your inverse themes happening, or like inverse practice of theme, where the Thanos religion is seeking to be both things at once, to be the quiet and the noise,
Mm-hmm.
to unify the quiet and the noise. Cage is purely pursuing the noise and silencing or overcoming the silence, and then you have Matt and Jessica as the silence, as kind of like the thematic, they're the absence, or they're acting on behalf of the absence. Cage and Trish are acting on behalf of the noise, and then the church is trying to unify both.
Yeah, and that's why the church has like an ambivalent quality, and that character Hardy has an ambivalent quality because they're not just one side of like a war for chaos. They represent like an order as well. Like
like in a sense, there is no correct answer here. Yeah.
So essentially, Fisk is he's after super soldier serum. He wants to be powerful, more powerful. It's the culmination of his ambitions.
He wants to be bulletproof.
Yeah.
So wait, I just remind me because I've lost the thread of the like phenomenologically. So he's in prison,
mm-hmm.
and he's got his hands fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
That's where we're at currently.
Mm-hmm.
When you say that his ambition is to become a super soldier, is that like that's just a thing that we figure out through the course of the episode, or do you have a particular moment in mind?
So I think with the context of the cold open of Vanessa disappearing, and sort of foreground it with this mystical church element as well. I sort of think, maybe in this conversation with Matt and Jessica, he sort of explains how the scope of his world has been shattered.
Yeah.
Previously, he was just trying to be the gangster boss of New York, whereas now he realizes they're villains playing on a cosmic scale.
He has to like conquer reality.
His ambitions seem petty, like compared to the first 3 seasons. Like,
yeah,
yeah,
100%. Yeah, okay, yeah, I vibe with that.
And the Thanos is the one who took away Vanessa. right? Like
Right.
he has some sort of like goal. It's unrealistic. It's absurd to sort of want to take on Thanos, but don't take it literally. But he has some gripe with higher powers in general. Yeah.
Could we have him be a cellmate of somebody? Do you know what I mean? Like, could we have him bounce that off someone? Or even worse, he's imagining it.
Yes. Well, I mean, I do have in the script here that one of the people he interacts with in the prison is his de-souped henchman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was trying to think of like, what's the vector that you get that conversation? Yeah, that works. Again, that Hardy was the one that took that power away. Hardy from the church. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, Cage and Trish are cleaning and recovering from Fisk's attack. Matt and Jessica are concerned. They are familiar with Fisk's history. This is unprecedented behavior. They need to find out where he was working from. So the building that they stormed is one of them. He kept his laboratory secret. So they are off investigating. So Trish, Cage, Matt, Jess, they are all trying to find this sort of treasure trove of his tech and serums and whatnot. That is in the background. The foreground of this episode is we stay mainly with Fisk. Essentially, we are staying with Fisk as he is trying to, once again, like in season 2, he's trying to plot his way, even with fucked up hands. He's trying to plot his way out of prison, back into power, and that is what we stay with. So yeah, I was thinking we could have a day in the life. As I said, we followed him, how he handles himself with mangled hands. It would be a good opportunity to showcase how the processes of this prison work as well. I think it could also reveal a lot about how Cage's operation in general works, about how, because they are underground, he takes them out once a day to like this sort of glass house kind of thing to let the prisoners get some sunlight. It's like the equivalent of letting them play basketball or whatever.
You could tie that into whatever the company was that
with
the CEO was doing. Like maybe this could be too clicky. You could fix this in like a rewrite. Maybe they were making like supplements that weren't super soldier supplements, but they were adjacent. And so they have the labs already in the institution. Do you know what I mean? It's not like we're going to give you super soldier serum, but it's like we can make you run 5% faster or 5% stronger.
Actually, you know what?
It's it's like human growth hormone, but super soldier.
Actually, that is probably a bit
big pharma
absurd, but what if it was like a Rand building? Because Danny Rand has been snapped. I forgot to say that.
I kind of like that.
Yeah. It's kind of fucked up.
I kind of like that maybe it's not a Rand building, but it's a Rand subsidiary building.
Yeah.
And here's the nail in the coffin, that it's mismanaged before the snap. Because Danny Rand is a terrible boss and a terrible CEO, right? Or actually, is it more interesting if it's a hand operation? A defunct hand. Do you know what I mean?
Actually, yeah, that would give credibility as to why it's empty and no one gives a fuck about it. Because, within the calamity of the snap, half the people are still around.
Yes.
Half the people would know what's going on with the building. Whereas if it's a hand operation, half the hand disappears. They would just leave that building and no trace of it would be left.
Right.
Like, no one would give a fuck about what's going on with that building.
That works on so many levels.
Yeah. And it again ties in more elements, like loose ends kind of from Daredevil's, like what happens.
But it's like a lame loose end.
Yeah.
Like, and that's what Daredevil does really well, is it makes the fantastical mundane. And so maybe, you even sort of have because they have the immortality juice. And so maybe whatever the research is that lets them harvest children's blood to make people immortal, weird sentence, maybe it's a similar kind of like mystic plus science thing.
Yeah.
But maybe it's not. Maybe it's purely science. But I like that maybe it's ambiguous.
Yeah, maybe you could have some more characters in where they are like ex-hand scientists or something like that. Like Cage has recruited some
Yeah.
ex-hand scientist or something.
Cage is doing the American Civil War thing of like, we killed all the Nazis, but we're taking their scientists because Russia's still a problem. Like, Russia helped us win the war. Fuck. Oh, shit. Russia helped us win the... Shit. Like, that's a whole block by itself. You know, and then you have the proxy wars, etc. But maybe that's the maneuver, is Cage is the guy that sees the opportunity. Bro, Cage, he's such a villain in this. But maybe he sees that.
Yeah.
He sees the Nazi scientists, and he's like, what if they did it for us? What if the guys that were researching how to become immortal did it for us, but instead of immortality, it was make more of me? And maybe they developed the syringe that can penetrate his skin, and they're studying his blood, and his blood is the thing that makes all of this possible. Or someone else. You know what I'm saying? Like that kind of area of that kind of vector.
Yeah. I was also thinking that like when they get Fisk's super goon initially, before they cure him, they could like take a sample of his blood or something and just like, you know, first...
he's the guinea pig.
Yeah, just like, and you know, it's not necessarily a MacGuffin, it's not significant, but just like it's a detail that like sort of justifies what Cage is doing, like his whole operation, like, you know, just gives it a bit of flavor.
Yeah.
And grounds it.
It's all very exciting. I'm very excited about this. Yeah.
After talking with Fisk, Matt and Jessica go, you know, they're trying to find where Fisk was storing all this tech. They are now officially sort of like partners in investigation. I was thinking this is the scene where you could have like a quiet point where you could have a bit of fun. This is where you could have Matt teach Jessica how to fight, stuff like that.
Do you feel that's a whole, because that could be a whole episode. Like I realize we're doing 6 for the episode, but that could be a whole. You could even do a fully contained, like just the tension of those two working together. That could be a whole episode.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I write the shit out. I come in and guess right that.
Like I can imagine like, you know, Matt trying to like teach Jessica like, all right, like throw this hook, you know, dodge this, and then Jessica just like punches him in the chest and he gets the wind knocked out of him and he's on the floor like,
or he's like dodge this and she just catches it and holds it.
Yeah.
And she goes, why?
Yeah, exactly.
And then it's him trying to teach her like it's about. You get the kind of Taoist Buddhist thing, right? The Tibetan Buddhism, which is like it's not about becoming a rock; it's about becoming the river that flows among the rocks. You could get him. You could get the kind of Matt Murdock embroidered Catholicism, but in the world of the Thanos snap. You could get him adapting his Catholicism to this new reality. And he could kind of embroider the God thing into this other vector of like, God doesn't, you know, he'd phrase it differently to her because she's Jessica. But this idea of it's not about becoming the strongest. It's about becoming the most adaptable and the most ready to be prepared for anything. And that force isn't enough, you know, like force got us nowhere. We got here because force was insufficient to this task. And so you could kind of like have him embroider his, you know, the lessons that Father Lantom taught him about the devil and evil and, you know, all these things. You would go back and you would read those scripts and you would find a way to embroider that into this kind of mechanistic reproduction of like the New Testament's corrections of the Old Testament, but it's the New Testament, right? It's the it's Joseph Smith's gospel, right? It's Latter-day Saints. Matt has to kind of embellish his existing religion to make sense as like a martial lesson for Jessica. You could really kind of infuse those two things together for Matt. And then at a certain point, he realizes that isn't working. He just has to tell her straight, like, I can teach you to fight.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's the arc of the episode, is him trying to sort of infuse these things together, and it fails because Jessica is such a force of nature. And then at the end of the day, he has to be like, you just have to do it. And that's part of his religious kind of, it's part of Matt Murdock, is the big part of his religion is he just, like, for him, it's almost like it's like a dogmatic need. He has the religious dogma. He doesn't necessarily believe it, but he has to do it.
Mm.
And so you could kind of fuse those two worlds in that way, I think. That could be a really compelling episode of, like, it's two guys in a room just arguing the whole time.
Yeah. Jessica is such a disruptive, like, unpredictable figure. Like, she just sort of defies, like, lessons in general, maybe. Yeah.
She's got nothing to learn, candidly.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Between you and me, she's fine.
Yeah, that's the whole thing, right? Like, she just, like, gets through life. Like, if there's a wall to stop her, she'll just, like, punch through the wall. Like, that's sort of her thing, yeah.
And that's her biggest strength and her greatest weakness.
Yeah, exactly. All right, yeah, but yeah, anyway, the majority of the episode is we're going to be with Fisk. In one of these, like, sort of, like, outside play sessions, he sees his former souped up goon who has been desouped. There could be an extended sequence with how, you know, he comes up to Fisk. Fisk learns what happened to him. He wants, and I was thinking it would be interesting if you developed this guy. I haven't given him a name. I don't know why, but let's call him Frank. No, not Frank.
We can't. Let's
call him William.
Let's not, because that's a terrible name. Let's not, because that's bad. What if it's an homage to me, Pat?
What, we call him David?
Maybe he's Cameron David.
Cameron David. Let's call him.
Because I'm DC McNeill. I'm David Cameron McNeill. Maybe it's like an inversion of that.
All right, you want to call him Cameron then? CD?
CD is good. Yeah, CD is good.
All right, let's call him CD. So CD is an echo of previous Fisk manipulated, troubled people like Dex. I was thinking there's already a shorthand that's developed for this archetype with season 3 and with Dex, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even, like, you know, with Echo, I don't know how you would fit in that fucking show with this. But anyway, like, in the minds of the viewers, you have this template of how Fisk manipulates vulnerable, talented people, right?
Sort of his whole thing.
Yes, and I think it would be interesting if you sort of made all these implications that this was another person in that line of people.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, you could start out already sort of in the middle of this person's mindset, like the journey of their mindset. He goes to Fisk, you know, he explains how he had his powers taken away, his gift. He wants support from Fisk, you know, physical, emotional, spiritual support. But because he is no longer valuable to Fisk, Fisk just brushes him aside, right? He's like, get the fuck out of here. Like,
maybe even physically?
Like brushes him aside physically.
Yeah, well, whereas previously he would have been able to stop him because he was powered.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like he's just completely, like, invaluable to Fisk now.
Huh, we've never really seen that.
Exactly, yeah. I want that to be a notable but small part of the Fisk's screen time this episode, right? Like, you just put that in the bank.
Yeah.
Fisk then hatches a plan to escape. You know, and again, there's a shorthand that has been established for this behavior in a la season 2. Fisk building a network of support in a prison and building his power and you know, sort of developing his status in the prison. I think you could do all that in a single episode. You could because of the shorthand. You could have a montage or something.
In Luke's prison.
Yes, in Luke's prison.
Yeah. So,
for example, like he injures himself. He cuts himself on something deliberately. And because, you know, he doesn't have any hands, it's justifiable. He needs to go see, like, the the doctor or something. He maybe convinces the doctor or the warden or someone like that in the prison. He offers them power and status and money. He turns them over to his side. It's all looking good. That, you know, the person he turns says, all right, tonight, 2 a.m., so there's going to be a key in your cell. Go to this place. He says, all right. He waits. That time rolls around. Fisk is in his cell. His cell cage opens. He's like, oh, finally. And then in walks in CD. And CD shanks Fisk in the neck. Fisk bleeds out ignominiously in his cage and dies.
Oh my god. Huh.
So
Jesus.
essentially, I just kind of want this episode to be a big bait and switch. We think that this is what we've seen before. Fisk manipulates his way, like, impossibly out of this situation, seemingly in a path back to a position of power. And
It was actually his underling.
yeah,
doing
well,
that.
well, no, it was Fisk doing that, but the thing he didn't predict, because he's done it so many times before, like with people like Dex, is that these people he just tosses aside, they're still out there, they still exist, they don't forget what he did, and I think it would be really symbolic if his sins caught up to him, essentially.
Right.
Yeah. He and I emphasize, like, he has an ignominious death. I think that's important, is that he just dies in a jail cell. Rather than a climactic event where he gets beaten to death by Matt Murdock or something like that. You know, like, I think
Yeah, he needs a small death.
yeah. And this is the point in his life when he has the biggest ambitions and the most cruelest and evilest sort of ambitions, you know, like
Can we find a way to make it even smaller?
yeah, how's that?
So I think I think all the pieces are there.
Mm-hmm.
I think the idea of his jail cell opening is very good,
Mhm.
and someone coming in.
Mhm.
I wonder if I've been watching the three body problem, which
Okay.
has very little to do with the books, but it's very, like, it's the weirdest instincts of D&D in a big way. I mean, the producers, not the tabletop game. It's very interesting. For those of you who have watched it, I just had the boat episode happen with the boat scene. You'll know what I'm talking about. I think you could kind of leverage a similar kind of accident scenario,
Mm-hmm.
right? I think you want Fisk to die in a really dumb way, where maybe it's like his plan is going to fruition, he's about to get out, and then he trips and just like hits his head on a brick of concrete or something.
Right.
Like, not that specifically, but something in that vein,
Yeah.
right? Where it's like and someone engineers it. There's
Mhm.
like an invisible tripwire, or it's like, you know what I mean? Like, there's something happening that is like someone planned it, but they planned it to be that mundane and ignoble and like shitty.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is, but I think tripping is a good place to start. You could kind of, because he's a big dude that kind of has Vinny D is a tall guy.
Yeah.
With the center of gravity. Like, if he falls over, he might just fully die if he hits his head.
Well, the thing about having CD stab him is that there's passion behind it,
Yeah.
and he is sort of like the patron of people like Dex.
I still want him to do it. What you have is good. I think we could, like, with 2 weeks in the lab, we
Mhm.
could find a, like, good but also slightly weird take on it.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see.
If you think of it, right in, because I want to know. Because I think it's there. I think what you have is brilliant, but there is like there's some sauce we could put on it.
Yeah,
You know
yeah,
what I'm
yeah.
saying?
I feel you.
Yeah.
But
Like-
yeah, anyway,
Yeah.
that's the end of the episode. He bleeds out on the stone cold
And we
floor
cut to credits?
with no one around him. Yeah, you cut to credits. Yeah.
Patrick had you're hurting me in so many ways, man. This is so dark. I'm into it. Yeah, okay. So to recap, Fisk real dead. Jessica, Matt, Luke, Trish, kind of cold on the trail, as it were. The church is still out there. We don't really know how that works. We kind of don't really have we thought that Fisk was the villain thread, and so we're kind of left in a place, ramping up toward the finale, as it were, or kind of the penultimate climax of we don't really know who the baddies are. We just know they're out there, and that this ambition of becoming a super soldier is highly desirable in this market.
Well, yes, yeah, exactly. So hopefully I've set up adequately that, Fisk is an obscenely evil guy. And with him out of the picture, it sort of shifts the focus onto less evil, but still morally compromised people like Trish and Luke Cage and Hardy. I want the shift in focus to be on who's good in this story, essentially. I think that's and having everyone sort of be equally power hungry is an interesting guessing game.
Especially because they need to be. This is the one scenario where it's being power hungry gives you the ability to keep people actually safe. This is the one time where it's not a fugazi, it's not a facade. It's the end of the fucking world. And if you can take control, that's really important, because you can keep the people around you safe. And Luke has latched onto that in a big way. And Matt and Jessica they haven't caught up. There are still individual actors out there. Matt was in court 4 episodes ago, thinking that deciding the laws matters. And Luke is out here fucking starting a kingdom. Do you know what I mean? There is a real dissonance between their understanding of the current reality. Yeah.
All right. Episode 5.
I'm stressed.
This is the introduction of S.H.I.E.L.D. into the Defenders world.
What does S.H.I.E.L.D. stand for?
Oh, God. Something Homeland.
Hey, Siri, what does S.H.I.E.L.D. stand for? Just gave me the noun shield. What do you think shield stands for while I Google it real quick?
It's H is for Homeland.
Why am I making this go long? Marvel Shield.
Intelligence Enforcement Logistics Division.
Hey Siri, what does Marvel Shield stand for? That just gave me Captain America's shield. Fuck off. Okay, we'll never know, and we have no way of looking it up. So
it's I forget what the S is, but it's definitely Homeland Intervention and Enforcement Logistics Division, something like that.
That sounds.
It's ridiculous, and rightly so.
Yes. Go on, Pat.
So this cold open, we follow Trish inside the raft after Jessica Jones season 3.
I keep forgetting this is how they all open.
Yeah.
It keeps hitting me like a fucking ton of bricks.
Yeah. So Trish is sitting in the lunchroom. Someone comes up to her, calls her Patsy mockingly, because that was her nickname.
Yeah, we all hate it.
They get into a fight. They are clearly super too, but Trish wipes the floor with them. She gets shot with something that goes down. The thing she gets shot with is leaves a blue mark on her neck. So this is in reference to a special gun that was in the first season of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. that sort of incapacitates people.
We'll have to believe you.
Yeah,
because no one watched that.
It's a S.H.I.E.L.D. weapon.
Okay.
She wakes up in a room on a bed. The infirmary. She isn't handcuffed or restrained, which is odd. A woman walks in. "Hello, Miss Walker. I'm Agent Drew with S.H.I.E.L.D." The conversation goes something like, "Why did you start that fight? How long have you been in here? How did you get your powers?" This is basically, it looks like a psych eval of Trish. One question leads to the main point. Has your sister Jessica Jones visited you? No. Why not? Because I killed her mother. Yes, I read about that. She was dangerous, correct? This conversation seems to be painting Trish as a viable candidate to work for S.H.I.E.L.D. until Trish oversteps her hand. "You're looking for soldiers. I could be a soldier," Trish says. "And what makes you say that?" Why else are we doing this? Every question you've asked me so far, you've already knew the answer to. The only thing you need to know is if I'm going to betray you at some point. And I can tell you, if it'll get me out of this place, the answer is no.
That's very Trish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, Trish is intelligent. She's
But she's too smart for her own good.
exactly.
She's that character, yeah.
And then the question that Agent Drew asks is, do you want to be stronger? That catches her off guard. If we had the means to do so, would you want to become stronger than you are now? She replies no. But in the way she says it, it's obvious that on her face that this is untrue. The next scene, we cut to her being escorted back into her cell. A long continuous shot of her walking through winding corridors and security doors. They stop at one, waiting for its clearance to go through. Then all of a sudden, a clatter. Trish turns around. Some of the guards who were there are no longer. Their guns clattered on the floor. There's less than half of them left. She looks at Agent Drew. Drew tries to draw her pistol, but Trish kicks it from her hand. Even restrained, she takes out the rest of the people there. We follow Trish's escape, paint a vivid portrait of the chaos of the raft, the inmates and guards alike in a crazed frenzy of confusion and violence. Much like Daredevil escaping the prison in Season 3, make this a one-shot. Finally, she makes it outside and dives into the Hudson title.
It's so strong. Can we kind of make it elastic into like a 7-minute sequence?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I was thinking this was a long, extended like sequence. You know, that's a bit unreasonable maybe to say, I'll make this one shot, but I think it would be cool.
We've seen Corridor Crew do it. We know what can be done. Do you think maybe she partners up with somebody and then abandons them at the last minute?
Could be. Well, I was thinking actually. Oh no, never mind. I forgot I revised that.
You were on like draft 3 right now. I've been there in interviews. People are you know what this character, and I'm like, yeah. Oh no, I cut that.
Yeah, pretty much.
No idea. Canonically, not sure.
yeah. This is a fanfic in my fanfic.
Yeah. Meanwhile, in my Notion document, like I've got like 5 pages. I'm like, this is definitely what they were doing. No, I like that. Yeah, okay, so it's ambiguous. You don't have to answer this. I'm just parroting back what I'm understanding. So it's ambiguous whether she accepted that offer or not of being stronger. Because you had the cut.
Yeah, well.
Or no.
No. She says no. Trish says no, but
yeah, but you said she didn't mean it.
No. I said like from the way she says it. Yeah. She didn't mean it. From the way she says it, it's clear to the agent who's interviewing her that she is lying. If she was given the opportunity to be stronger, she would take it, and therefore.
But she's rejecting their offer.
Well, no. If the offer came through, like you know, if they wanted to recruit her, she would say yes.
Right.
But the thing is that she failed the interview of S.H.I.E.L.D. because they you know from the interview they're like, all right, she is a flight risk and a sort of power hungry individual, it seems like,
which she is.
Okay,
I'm with you.
Yeah,
just making sure I understand.
Yeah. And I think it would be cool if we got an inside look at how the raft prison escape went down, not just for Trish but for like a lot of people, because presumably that's that Fisk's CD soup guy is one of the people in the raft.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So there's just a bunch of super powered people running around New York post snap because there was this big breakout in the raft.
Where is the raft?
It's so weird. It's like right in the middle of the bridge that connects like Manhattan to the other part.
Seems like not a great spot.
I know.
Very central. Yeah, okay. I would have put it elsewhere.
Yeah, I know. It's like right in the heart of like New York.
I guess you have personnel to maintain it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because it's that, you know, you can easily find janitors that need a wage. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm, like, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I get that. Okay.
So anyway, that is mainly to set up. I guess this is another OC. Agent Drew. She's going to be a character.
Mm-hmm.
So the episode opens with as Matt and Jessica continue their investigation into Fisk's secret base, they are accosted by a suit, Agent Drew. She introduces herself honestly as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and asks them if they can both join her at Avengers Tower.
Okay.
It's because that's a big, huge building in New York that isn't
It
mentioned.
was not a criticism. I was just thrilled.
Yeah, no.
I got a bit excited.
But like, isn't it strange that like it's like by this point in this?
Well, there's an empty building. Isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's in the MCU. Yeah, exactly. It's an empty building and it's in the fabric of New York. So in this story, it has been repurposed by S.H.I.E.L.D. because I feel like that's realistic. Like it would be, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, yeah.
Tony's in space at this point.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe.
You remember the Endgame trailer? He's in space and he's talking to Pepper Potts and he's sort
Yeah.
of saying, da 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 da, you know.
Well, even if he wasn't in space, he wouldn't be there. He's moved into his farm or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And they relocated the Avengers base to that other base.
That gets yeah. Avengers Tower is like vestigial.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so that's what I mean. So that's why I've sort of repurposed Avengers Tower in this story as a shield, sort of like a makeshift shield base. Like,
I mean, that is what it is in all of the comics. It's
Yeah.
just Shield HQ.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So anyway, they get taken there. She briefs them about how they've had their eye on 3 subjects: Luke Cage, Trish Walker, and Hardy Ibn Muhammad. I don't know, just giving him an Arabic name. Just that's a work in progress, you know. She believes that these 3 are working together and are dangerously effective. They are looking to take over New York if nothing stops them.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one they want the most, though, is Hardy. He is an ex-S.H.I.E.L.D. agent
What?
with his powers to nullify other powers. He will be a vital asset in taking down power-hungry people like Trish and Cage.
The fuck?
So yeah, he's a bit of a mysterious figure at this point, but we learn he's an ex-S.H.I.E.L.D. agent.
So, Jesus. Okay. Yeah. I'm shook. That's so he's like a proper con man.
Yeah.
He's playing all the
that-
angles. For
exactly.
real.
That's what I mean. Like he's like he's a con man. That's exactly what he is.
He's grifting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has like worldly knowledge and expertise.
I get it.
They give intel to Matt and Jessica. They are short on S.H.I.E.L.D. at this point are short on manpower, and they basically recruit them. Is how I see it.
They kind of have. Well, yeah, they kind of have to.
Yeah, they're kind of like they're like an organization that's like hanging by strings at this point, like held together by tape and stuff. You know.
You almost wonder if like it's not even like a have to. It's like they make Matt and Jessica. You know, like they kind of find some pressure points there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, maybe it's not really an option.
Yeah. So yeah, they give them intel on where Fisk's operation, the whereabouts of Fisk's operation. She casually mentions how Fisk is out of the picture now. So Fisk's goons might be looking to move as quickly as they can and take everything out of there. To which Matt recoils. Fisk's dead? This is the first he's learning of it, and she says, yes, our reports say he was stabbed by another inmate as of yesterday. So this puts Matt in a complicated mood for the rest of the episode.
Or for the rest of his life, probably.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
He has some complicated feelings about that.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, it goes without saying.
Mhm.
That complicated thing of like, I'm glad it happened, but also I'm mad it wasn't me, but also I'm relieved it wasn't me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
If you ever had like a complicated relationship with someone in your family that's died, where like maybe you didn't like them so much, it's that kind of energy where it's like, how do you move on and mourn someone that you kind of didn't want to be alive in the first place?
Mm-hmm.
It's that kind of energy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So they go to the site, they investigate it. It has in fact been ransacked and abandoned. However, they find Trish there. She has managed to secure a vial of the super soldier serum before it was cleared out. Trish feels the need to make up with Jessica, her only family, and Jessica doesn't feel dissimilarly. However, Jessica is apprehensive as to what Trish seems to be proposing is that they take the serum together.
We don't know the nature of the serum.
No, we don't. It's it's still quite up in the air. Honestly, I don't know. As we were talking about before, I kind of want to downplay the importance of the serum.
Yeah, I like that it's just like a side MacGuffin.
Yeah, like, it's more of a symbolic thing than a inject it and you'll turn into the Hulk kind of thing.
Yeah, and Trish's point is like, well, if it gets us 10% more, that's a lot in this world, kind of thing.
So while Jessica and Trish are arguing, Matt sort of sneaks up behind Trish and tries to subdue her. But Trish, being the Hellcat, she has sort of similar powers to Matt, and she hears him coming. So she dodges it. They fight. Neither get an edge. And then this re-sparks the conflict between Jess and Trish. Trish feels betrayed, saying to Jess that you were never on my side, Jess, never. And then Jess replies, Trish, you need to stop. I am on your side, but you just need to stop.
Or like, we are your side.
Yeah, like, it's a complicated, like, obviously it's kind of an inexplainable thing as to why taking the serum is sort of a bit immoral. They get into it in Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I really like that show, actually. I think it has some interesting sort of things going on.
If you can park the understanding of politics in that show and focus on the characters, it's good.
A speech so good it changes the world. That's how it ends. But other than that,
which is the most like American understanding of how the world works ever. She's like, if there's just one good man, it's like, shut the fuck. Did you not watch Captain America? That's the opposite of the point. There is a certain kind of if some of us become intrinsically better than others, then it makes others inherently worse than us.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's like a problem.
Yeah, right? And that's the morality that Sam Wilson deals with, and it's a really interesting conflict for his character. Yeah, it's I kind of really like that show.
To the point where it economically affects his family. You get the boat and stuff. Like they make it into really compelling vectors, and they just beef it at the end where they're like, what if a man talked to politicians and said, don't do Iraq, and they believed him? And it's like, you can't undo Bush because a black guy is Captain America. Like, that's not even reparation. That's like restoration fantasy.
Oh boy.
Which is like, what if the 90s and 2000s didn't happen? And there was a good guy who was black that fixed it before it could occur. It's so like saccharine and lazy and just like deeply insulting to all of the like hundreds of thousands of people that live in the Middle East that have been affected by America under Bush Jr., inventing a proxy war to go and invade and ruin their fucking quality of life and go and shoot them and kill them. And it's this idea of like, yeah, well, it's Steve Rogers, but he's black, so it's chill. Like, don't even trip. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. And I think Marvel as a vehicle suffers from being so large that can happen and no one goes, foul on the play. Hang on. Wait a minute. Like, there's no one in the creative process going, what are you guys doing? Like, how do we stop that before it goes through to the keeper?
It raises a huge eyebrow. I agree. I will defend it a little bit in saying that I think it's different when it's presented in a superhero TV show. Like a speech that's so good to save the world is kind of, it would have the same effect as like something more practical. Like it's already unbelievable. It's already a superhero show. So giving a speech that, a speech so good it saves the world in an already unbelievable show, it doesn't matter because the effect is the same as providing like an actual effective solution.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
For a show that is so concerned with what you just said, which is like, can he be Captain America without the serum? for the conclusion to be that he says the right things at the right time, instead of and also that he has the physicality to do the things that he does at the end of that show. It feels like it's trying to have it both ways. Where it's trying to be like, he can be Captain America rhetorically and also physically, but he can't be Captain America physically. That's the fucking lesson of the show. And so that's supplemented by technology, which is the wings and the da-da-da-da. And so it's like, it had to be one or the other. It had to be Sam has the politics to pull this off, or Sam has the physicality. And because the superhero does it both, it doesn't work for me, personally.
Yeah, okay. It's a bit too clean of an ending.
Yeah, it can't split the uprights and be like, he can do one but not the other fully. And like, I think that's a missed opportunity for it to be messy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I see that.
But the impulse is there. And I like the impulse as being like a bad impulse that doesn't work. And so for me, it not being a solution works.
You know what? It's funny. That is the thing with all Marvel, though, is that it always does seem to get interestingly messy and complicated right up until the end.
Yes.
I feel like I have the same issue here. And I feel like in writing this, I've come up on the feeling that the writers must have, which is that which characters do you condemn? You know, like it feels unfair and marred by politics and stuff like that to make these characters the good guys and these ones the bad guys ultimately. And like,
yeah, I think that comes back to like what stories are good at, which is like, speaking for a person, like just like writing the Maynard Trigg series, at least there are characters that go from being like the greatest heroes in book 1 to like by the end of book 3, you kind of look at them and you're like you're part of the problem. And I think really good stories and really good kind of universes, because apparently that's a problem we have now, which is like it's all shared continuity and stuff. That's a whole new other issue. I think what really works is if you're doing it properly, someone else could argue that the villain is right. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think so much of Marvel's issue, lately at least, and like I hate to be the guy that's like, it was better back then. I don't know that it was. I just think it was more novel. Is like the same thing comic books have always had, which is some writers really get it. James Gunn gets it. The villains in James Gunn Guardians films have like a point of view that is correct for them from their perspective. And so really good villains work because they believe what they're doing is right. And so in the story that you're pitching so far, a Luke Cage character, Luke Cage in this story, like believes he's doing the right thing. And if you're someone that agrees with that, you will be like, yeah, he is doing the right thing. And him being defeated is like you understand that the story is condemning it, but you might still feel philosophically or rhetorically that he's correct. And you don't get that from, you know, that TV show where someone does a big speech about terrorism being bad. You know, like they're different ways of trying to close the knot, I guess. And that's a really complicated thing to pass. But I you know, it's like, are you trying to close the knot, or are you trying to do a story that feels like it matters?
Yeah. Okay. That yeah, I feel you. That's a good way to say it. Yeah, like something about like complicating it adds to its like meaningfulness and like its resonance and its longevity, and you know, like, yeah, it's stuff that you know it when you see it, in regard it when stuff is paramount and sort of like meaningful and timeless and stuff like that, you know. Yeah. So so anyway, Trish is just been betrayed. She has the serum. She books it. She's running away.
Wait, so she does get juiced, or she just has it?
No, she just has it.
Gotcha.
She jumps out the window into a superhero landing, but then a helicopter and a shot which she dodges Agent Drew with a sniper from a helicopter is chasing her. There is an extended chase sequence of Trish parkouring through rooftops, avoiding sniper bullets. She might get away. She's on her last stretch. And then she gets, in like the last possible moment when she's out of sight, she gets clocked by the bullet.
Let's go.
Yeah. She gets detained. She is in custody of S.H.I.E.L.D. now. She, once again, is in a position of helplessness and vulnerability. And I feel like... And you could have the moment where she's like... You know, she's locked in like a superhero... A prison specifically for super-powered people.
Mm-hmm.
She's vulnerable, she's helpless, and she laments and cries at the dissolution of her relationship with her sister. I think this could be a really sort of sad moment for Trish about, you know, she's sacrificed everything and for kind of nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
It was sort of her last play,
Mm.
you know. Yeah, I feel that.
Yeah. The last scene of the episode is Cage visiting Hardy. He explains how Trish has been taken prisoner by S.H.I.E.L.D. and they need to put a plan in action.
Okay. Suddenly, I'm like, maybe the good guys are the bad guys.
All right, last episode, episode 6.
Woo! Let's
So-
go.
Cold open. Open with a crowded stretch of markets and sandstone buildings. A woman and an elderly man. She's shielding him from the indifferent passerbys and leading him as gently as she can. She has a terrible look of concern on her face. The old man has a blank expression that matches his blank, opaque eyes. Camera pans out to reveal a sand-colored, arid landscape. Syria, 1991. They come out of the end of the stretch of bustling streets into a part of land with winding ramps and houses on one side. They walk up rows of plain-looking homes until they reach one, squeezed between two bigger ones. The narrow corridor is adorned with carpets, and she carefully guides the blind old man down a narrow flight of stairs. What they reach is a little room with a rug on the floor. A woman begs them both sit. A little boy, playing with a doll, is taken by his mother to these people. He knows what to do. He waits until the woman gives his mother the money. He walks up to the old man and touches his temples. Close-up of the old man's face as the fog clears from his eyes. He gasps in awe. He looks around the room and to his daughter. Match cut between his child face and then his adult face. It is Hardy, Germany, Berlin, 2018. He's in the high-rise building, fancy suite. It's raining. He's pondering. He gets a phone call. Boss. Hardy, you were supposed to check in an hour ago. I'm sorry, boss. Lost track of time. You were successful? Cut to him shaking hands with someone, as in a flashback of his mission that he was just on. Yes, target has been mitigated. He's at the senator's house. All went down without any complications. Well done, agent. Pick up at extraction. Actually, boss, I've heard news that there was some duo in Poland causing trouble in the underground. You could send me there. Not without a briefing. You're coming home first, then we can talk about that. He hangs up, continues staring out into the sky. A crack of thunder. Nothing happens. Nothing he can see, anyway. Cut to a shot of a flower. Oh yeah, cut to a shot of a flower from before, set up earlier in the scene, in his suite. It is now dust on the table. Title credits. So, essentially, I want this to be yet again another subversion of this cold open that we've established. No one disappears in this scene. I just want him to be in his apartment when the snap happens, the thunder goes off. But he
has no one to lose.
Yeah, and the indifferent nature of this calamity from his perspective carries on to his indifferent nature when he's, you know, the head of this cult later on.
His willingness to take advantage of it is the same. So, like, it's the same vector as this world-ending thing happens, and it didn't change my life except it gave me more power.
Exactly, it gave him opportunity. Yeah. And that phone call, sort of supposed to illustrate he's ambitious, pretty much. He's yeah.
But I like that it's indifferent. It's not villainous. It's just indifferent.
Yeah, and I
It's
think
just an
this,
opportunist.
this like rainy night in a high-rise suite when he's just alone, it's just like this sort of boredom, you know, like a sort of a boredom with life, with how it is right now. And
You could
like,
even have the sort of the shots of him, you know, moving around this, you know, this penthouse that for a normal person would be lap of luxury.
Mm.
He's like, puts the TV on, nothing, turn it off, pour a drink, take a sip, put it down, you know, like looking for something to excite him.
Yeah.
And then this happens, and then it's the flower wilts, and you kind of go like, oh, like it's almost like the world ends, and this is the one thing that makes him excitable.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. I want to sort of very symbolically communicate that, express that idea. Yeah.
So it's the same thing that's like behind Joel on The Last of Us, right? He's like, you know, it asks that question of, who among us would survive the end of the world? And it's like probably the worst of us, honestly. You know, probably the hard cases and the conservatives and the dudes that have a gun in their desk drawer and that have the bunker and the, you know, like, you know what I mean? Like but you know, he's not even that. It's just like he's a guy that can adapt to anything because nothing means anything to him.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so suddenly when the world collapses, he can find meaning because he has power and control.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's a it is a foil to the ambitions of people like Cage and Fisk. It is this more like placid but still, you know, dubious ambition for power. Yeah.
Could don't foreground this. I'm just asking. Do you have a location in mind for your finale?
Yeah, the Avengers Tower.
I guess what I'm imagining, Patrick, because that's all fueled by Tony Stark's forever electricity, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
What if, when the snap happens, the blackout washes across the city of New York?
Oh yeah,
You see it from his penthouse, and
but the Avengers Tower
as
goes
it all
out?
crashes down, and it's all but the Avengers Tower, and then actually, this is too art house. It would never make it into the cut, but the flower wilts and it reveals the Avengers Tower. It's the only
I like
beacon.
that.
Yeah,
I like that.
and it's because it's about power and ambition, and it's about
Yeah,
control, and it's about the false allure of superpowers.
Mm-hmm.
And the false allure of a sense of control over reality that doesn't exist. It doesn't matter how powerful. You could snap half the universe out of existence. It doesn't matter, right? That Thanos does that, and it gets undone.
Mm.
Jessica has super strength, and she meets Luke Cage, who is bulletproof and has super strength.
Mm-hmm.
Trish gets the same powers as Jessica, and it doesn't matter. Danny Rand is the immortal Iron Fist, and there have been 200 before him.
Mm.
It's all just patterns. It's all just kind of, it's all just currents in the ocean. It's all just patterns in the wind. You could kind of play into that with that moment
Mm-hmm.
of it's the allure of power rather than the actual grasping of it.
Mm-hmm.
There's something there. I don't know how you do it. I'm not a cinematographer, but there's something there.
I like it. Yeah. You could definitely just change the places out to New York, and that would work. Like as if he just stayed in New York after that snap happened, and like, you know, that just shattered the institution of Shield, and you know, he would just probably be presumed dead or whatever, like presumed snapped by Shield, but he just
Right.
stayed in New York and became this cult leader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what he changes his name.
Yeah. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm well into this. I'm so invested.
What do you think? Is that What do you think about the sequence in Syria though? Is that a bit too on the nose, like about the Jesus parallel?
Could be a little bit.
Yeah.
I think maybe you have to go for like a Bangladesh or something.
Oh, what?
Like a Bangladesh or like a, you have to go for like a not
Not a Levant region kind of.
yeah,
place.
kind
Okay.
of, because I think it has to be like non-directly analogous, but has the same impact.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't know what that is, but like it, yeah, it can't be that direct.
Okay.
Also, not in the current climate, I feel.
Yeah. I mean,
It's one of those things of like, it feels too prescient to be meaningful. Like, do you know what I mean? Like there's a certain level of like, there's like an epistological like distance that makes meaning that I think is really
Right.
difficult at the moment with that stuff, just given the last 10 years. Or, you see, I think you're right. I think taking it to New York doesn't work. But I think maybe the thunder, when the snap happens, the thunderclap happens, and that's when you cut from Syria into a New York suite.
yeah.
And it it's sort of like maybe the previous scene was all those years ago, and the thunderclap, the lightning strike happens, and then you're in New York, and then you get the flower and the tower. That's some real Station 11 shit. Have you watched Station 11?
No. What's that?
So it was a book in 2020. It was written by a fantastic author, and it's not about COVID, but it's also about the world if a flu ended the world.
No. Okay.
Beautifully poetic, and the TV show like somehow takes this really dark book and makes it really hopeful, and it has the same kind of energy that you're kind of pitching of you're sort of like end of the world but not really. It's got that kind of tone to it. So Station 11, highly recommend. I think it's up the wheelhouse of the stuff you're pitching here.
Okay.
Where it's like conflict still exists, but it's vectored differently. There's a brilliant scene with one of the characters he's downloading all of Wikipedia while the internet still works. And he's talking to his mom, and they're looking at the Wikipedia article for capitalism, and his mom's like, even if you deleted it, we'll just reinvent it.
Yeah.
It's this really like nihilistic understanding of what the future could be, and it has the same kind of tone of like, kind of defeatist hopefulness of like, we can try to be better, but at a certain point, we're our biggest enemy.
that is quite.
Yeah, it's a great listen. The TV show's great. Go watch it if you haven't. But the book's great too.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a wild tangent. Keep going. Sorry, we're so long in the tooth. But I think the impulses of things. What I'm trying to say is the impulses of things I gravitate toward very strongly. And I like the idea of this character kind of being an opportunist, but maybe, when like you start to sell your own bullshit for long enough, you kind of maybe start to believe some of it, or like you forget that it was bullshit. This feels like that character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. He's kind of a blank template that like buys into the myth of himself. Like,
Do you have casting in mind?
no. Who would you cast?
I don't know. Could we get Stephen Ewan? Is he busy?
Actually, you know what? I kind of like that.
He has the charisma.
Yeah, he
You know
does.
what I mean?
He does.
Yeah. He's the right demographic. He'd be good.
He's I'm just thinking about that character he played in Nope.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like the carnival presenter. Anyway. All right, so yeah, we pick up from the last episode of Cage and Hardy having that meeting, right? Preparing for trouble. Hardy then organizes an event. We cut to like a, again in one of the churches that he operates in, giving a sermon, talking about the lovely and charitable Trish Walker. This event is like kind of bigger than we've seen before. This is an event on the scale of like the president giving a speech to the American people kind of thing. He has called in everyone in this institution in this cult. The shadow organization of S.H.I.E.L.D. is committed to robbing the world of people who protect our community. People like me, like Mr. Cage, who has done so much good for the community and the city of New York. I ask you, the good people of Manhattan, we must rise up together and protect the city from those who would strip it bare and leave it for the vultures, who would who would take the grace of Thanos as an opportunity to exploit. So he basically gathers a crowd of thousands to gather outside the Avengers Tower in protest.
That's a lot of people, given the
Maybe
context.
maybe hundreds.
Yeah.
But anyway, this is, as I was writing this, I'm like, this is a bit of like a January 6th parallel. I'm sort of.
I feel that. Yeah, big time.
Yeah, so inside the Avengers Tower, the Shield personnel is, well, it's in chaos. Cage wants to negotiate the release of Trish. He's there as well. He calmly, but with a threat of force, asks for a meeting with Agent Drew, in which she acquiesces. I was thinking Matt and Jessica are also in the crowd. They aren't sure what to do. Matt dons his Daredevil outfit and decides to stand up to the crowd and make a speech. So this is him sort of becoming, this is like a Batman at the end of the Batman kind of thing, where he has to become a symbol and draw on his history of fighting for the city in order to, he has to step into the light and move the people with words and symbolism. Hardy interrupts him, he challenges him, and this pretty much turns into like a public debate. Meanwhile, Jessica has sneaked her way through into the tower, and she's interfered by various safety protocols, but being super, she manages them. Hardy turns the crowd against Daredevil, and despite having orders not to, incites the crowd to riot and storm the Shield Tower. Cage is in the middle of negotiations with Agent Drew about the nature of order and protection. They are essentially doing the same thing. It's just one organization has more precedent than the other. At least what Cage does is out in the open. They then get interrupted by alarms calling for evacuation. So I was thinking, this is where this is the climax. This is where you have all the face-off. So you have Drew against Matt because they are both non-super people, or, in terms of strength. You could have this is where the story dropped off a bit, I'll be honest.
Okay.
This is where I was struggling to write a conclusion.
Hard to stick the landing, I get it.
It is. It'll be disappointing to me all you want, but this is really hard. And you're gonna help me write it right now.
Okay.
I was thinking, what Daredevil does really good is combine the action with the character climaxes. There's always revelations that happened during a fight, like, for example, Matt deciding not to kill Fisk and save his soul from damnation.
Yeah.
Is the climax of a gnarly fight scene.
Uh-huh.
Something similar would be awesome if you managed to do it right in this sequence with Hardy. I think, first of all, Hardy could offer Matt the super soldier serum to give him super. This is sort of not a very compelling choice for Matt. He refuses. But then he offers to cure his eyesight to make him be able to see again. And I'm in two minds about this. If he refuses, it's a reinforcement of, Matt's he likes his life. He likes where he's at. He's adapted. He's comfortable. He has a good relationship with Karen. He doesn't need eyesight to be complete. On the other hand, it does harken back to his line in episode 1 of Daredevil where he says, I would give anything to be able to see the sky again. There is something potentially really, really profound about a decision for Matt about this. And if you could somehow weave that into like a climax, that would be awesome.
You've done all this really complicated groundwork, and you're like, now fix it. This is my entire life, by the way. This is like every podcast I ever do. I think you've got a few vectors here.
Yeah.
I think. Remind me of the homie's name, the religious leader.
CD.
Hardy. CD was the mob the depowered mob guy from Fisk. So I think that needs to come into play somehow.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know how, but I think what you need to do is you need to position Hardy against a victim of Hardy in a way that contrasts Matt. Because Matt's whole thing is he can't see, but he sees more than anyone.
Mm-hmm.
I think what you need to make this climax work is the tantalizing truth that Hardy could fix him or offer him the ability to not just see more than everyone else sees, but to see more than Matt sees. It's the kind of Trish, the tantalizing Trish scenario of like, what if you were even more powerful, but not in like a strength kind of way, but in a like mastery of the universe kind of way. Because if Thanos' snap is so central to this, and the idea of faith is so central, and the idea of like Catholicism for Matt is so central, it's not just the abilities question, it's the like comprehension of reality.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it's not only I can give you back your eyesight. I think it's also like, this is what I took to see what I see. Whether that's true or not is irrelevant. But I think it's like I think for Matt it has to be like a tether to the kind of truth of the universe, or the sort of the promise has to be that maybe that he doesn't get his eyesight back, but that he understands why finally. That there is a promise of some kind of resolution to this trauma for him. I don't know what that looks like, but I think the idea that someone could come into the frame and say, I can tell you why all the bad things happened and what they all meant, is the Catholic impulse.
Yeah, okay, I see.
That all of the suffering is works in service of the Lord. There are ways you can massage that to feel less obvious, of course. I think if you're trying to write a conclusion to your big punch 'em up action story, which is what we're doing, I like the idea that maybe Hardy convinces one of the good guys. By that I mean one of the Avengers. Sorry, the Defenders. They lie. Right? Maybe he juices up Luke Cage with his special juice serum in the final conflict. Maybe he juices up, probably not Trish. I like the idea that Trish maybe is ambivalent. Like maybe Trish even kind of steps back from all of this in a really meaningful way. Maybe Trish becomes the guy that's like, I'm going to make sure the crowd doesn't get caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, there needs to be some sort of turn for Trish. Otherwise, it's just the same story for her, yeah.
And you know, maybe you introduce like a B villain. There's something, maybe you have a B plot of the CD coming back into the frame, trying to do something in this event, and Trish is sidetracked and kind of, that's the B story of the episode. I don't know. I think the biggest challenge you have is Hardy as a character kind of represents everything Matt can't ever be, which is someone with and we know this isn't true because we're the audience, but in the universe of the story, Hardy has a conviction that is proved, right? In the way that Catholicism and Christianity and every faith that's ever existed has every mystery ever solved has turned out to be not magic, right? In history. In that same way, Catholicism has the same problem. Like, there is no proof of God, etc., and so forth. Expand out to your particular flavor of mysticism. And so the challenge for Matt is that this is a church based on a thing that happened that you can observe, right? And so I think what's probably the maneuver to kind of make this all cinch together is maybe this church vehicle that you've pitched of kind of the Church of Thanos. Maybe they kind of occupy a similar kind of pitch of like, they want to subjugate themselves to whatever this version of reality is. They're accepting of Thanos. They're sort of in service of his vision of reality. And maybe the Shield becomes the people that are like, no, like we are like the rhetorical opposition. We think it's bullshit. Like we think that this rhetoric is nonsense and we want to fight back against it. And if you start there and you have Drew, is that right? Agent Drew.
Yeah.
If you have Drew representing that opposition of, hey, maybe the actual like conception of this whole religion is incorrect. Maybe the kind of conclusion is that both are wrong. And that Matt has to kind of cinch together that what Thanos did was wrong and shouldn't be celebrated. But also this opposition of rejecting reality and trying to restore the previous is incorrect.
Mm-hmm.
And so maybe it's this kind of like I don't know how you do it production wise with the fight and with the kind of rhetoric, but his argument, his big speech that you pitched is him stepping out of the shadows and going and revealing potentially that he's Matt Murdock and Daredevil and that these two worlds can coexist. And so too can the acceptance of what happened and the frustration and the loss of what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And the pathos of that knits it all together and doesn't work, right? Like I think that could be the angle is he tries to use his personal pathos to solve this kind of universal pathos and it fails. And that leads to the punch up.
Daredevil fails to reconcile the two ideologies of like the church and Shield, you mean, and that fails, and so
or the Catholicism and the Thanos church.
Right. Okay, I see.
Shield is kind of like a stand-in for Catholicism because it's the existing institution.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. What if you ended it with like some compromise between the two institutions?
That's sort of my art is like,
right.
How does that, you know what I mean? It's like, what does that look like? Is my
that's what I'm asking as well. Like, yeah.
I think the simple answer is that it's I think it's socialism, honestly.
Surprise.
Who would have seen that coming? No, I think it's this kind of like acceptance of things aren't going back the way they were.
Mm-hmm.
Luke's answer was insufficient. Shield's answer is insufficient. Everyone's answer is insufficient except that if we come together as it's very saccharine, it doesn't work. But if we came together as a community and we decided that our collective well-being was the point of things, that we could get there. And it doesn't, and this is the brilliant thing, is that the snap gets undone, right?
Yeah.
And so it's this sort of, you could almost, I had the thought, you could almost imagine, against Matt's will, he becomes sort of Daredevil becomes the de facto kind of mayor of New York.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's interesting.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he doesn't want to do it.
He becomes like an actual saint.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And he gets to have, and this is the best part, he gets to have the life with Karen.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe if we were American, it would end with her being pregnant, which
I did think about that, but I was like, no.
I don't endorse that.
I was like, no, I'm not
I don't know if I endorse the kind of nuclear family attitude that kind of
feels wrong to impregnate Karen.
It does. You know what? You're not. That's correct, Pat. Don't impregnate Karen. But the idea that he gets put in the position that Fisk so direly sought and so desperately wanted, that Fisk's father failed to achieve, and Matt walks into it backwards. He walks into the throne backwards because he is the right kind of. I've cut this full circle, but like he steps into the throne backwards, and the second the snap gets undone, he's out of there.
Mm-hmm.
The second things have a possibility of going back to the way they were, he goes back into the shadows. He retreats into his life, and maybe that's when they have that kid. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, like, and maybe that's when he retires from Daredevil entirely.
And then the last shot is Foggy and Marcy meeting Matt's kid, and that's the end of the series.
And maybe, no, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
and it's sort of this idea that like what I mean it's the whole thing that like Star Wars the prequels are about, which is like what works in a war doesn't work in peace times, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Matt Murdock as Daredevil works when, like you said at the very start, it works when there's a crisis. The second things are normal. He has no place here. He's just kind of treading water, he's just kind of hanging around. Like, he doesn't really make sense when things aren't going wrong. And so to put him in a position for 5 years where things are just perpetually wrong really lets him get the... It's like the biggest binge of all time, where he can do all the things he wanted to do as a junkie, and then he can walk away forever.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that if you wanted to thread that needle, you need to find a way for Jessica to have the opposite realization. Where, like, she kind of realizes she was born to what you said, which is, like, protect, or, like, look out for women that don't have the strength that she does.
Mm.
You need her to triple down on that and be like, this is what I do now. Do you know, like...
Okay. All right. How about this for like a more like sort of like in universe, like sort of fabricating the plot of what if like Matt and Jessica both acquire the positions of both institutions, or of all three institutions, of the cult, of S.H.I.E.L.D., and of Luke Cage's Enterprise. As in, because, like Luke Cage, I was thinking of like, maybe what if like Claire was still alive, actually? Because we never see her get snapped. She comes back and she sort of confronts Cage, being like, what are you doing? And then he sort of, has a realization of like, oh shit. He steps down. Similarly, the institution of S.H.I.E.L.D., after like being sort of publicly, stormed, like they would lose the confidence of, I don't know, whatever shadowy higher ups, manage them or whatever, and it would probably dissolve or get transferred to another name. I'm just thinking, what if they had the resources and the reach and the influence of all three of these organizations in some capacity at the end, and therefore they could both achieve what they want, where Jessica is able to be a protector and monitor of the people, who need that protection and monitoring, but like, not in a fucking Big Brother kind of way. and Matt could be an influential, like, sort of political, symbolic figure for New York, like Batman.
I think that you hit the nail on the head when you said it out loud and you went, oh, fuck, that's not possible. Because, like, I don't think you can have it both ways. I don't think you can have the kind of control that comes with a police state and not have the issue of being a police state.
Yeah, that's true.
And so maybe you're right. Maybe, like, S.H.I.E.L.D. takes too much control and your OC becomes kind of, if Matt Murdock is the mayor, maybe your OC is kind of the prime minister of New York. You know what I mean? Like, and that becomes the new battle that we never see. That gets resolved off screen between that and when the snap gets undone. Like, maybe the new enemy becomes S.H.I.E.L.D. Not in like a literal punchy punch sense, but like in like a rhetorical, in a functioning democracy. Imagine such a thing. The opposition needs to be defeated philosophically and rhetorically. And like, that's meaningful for the supers to be on one side and for S.H.I.E.L.D. to be on the other, right? And for it to sort of be like old world government in capital text, and the kind of new age supers, the ground level supers, for them to be in opposition is sort of makes sense to me.
You know what? That makes sense to me as well. Yeah.
Yeah. And so it's like, maybe it's like people want Daredevil to be the mayor, but actually not going to happen. Or vice versa. It's in the source though, isn't it? It's all there.
It is. That's what I mean. Look, I'm sorry I didn't have an ending for this. There were too many pieces. I've never really done this before. That's
No, I think the big takeaways. of the story is, I think you have to get Matt and Karen to a place where it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
You have to get Jessica to a place where she is fully committed to this life forever.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you need Trish to kind of walk the line between the two.
Mm-hmm.
She's able to have Jess in her life, but also able to be this other thing.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then I think Luke, interestingly, which I was not predicting, becomes kind of the wild card.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
I reckon he's like Jules at the end of Pulp Fiction. He walks the earth.
You fucking read my mind. I was gonna say he becomes Captain America in that series. He becomes Superman in Superman Grounded. What's the comic where he just like travels around America talking to people? It's that.
I don't know.
I can't remember.
You're not talking about All Star Superman, are you?
No, people are yelling at me. They're yelling at their phones. They're like, "It's this Superman comic." But no, it's the same thing where it's like, loses his powers, just walks around the country.
Right. Yeah.
I think it's Superman Grounded. That could be
okay.
But yeah, Luke Cage has to be the guy that just like goes across America and doesn't have a home or a place. I think that's perfect for him as kind of an ending.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which completely, brilliantly disabuses him of the whole Harlem complex.
Yeah.
Because for him, he realizes that his best utility is going where he's needed, not staying where he wants.
Yeah. And he's a walk the earth kind of guy anyway. Like
he is.
Yeah.
Oh god, if this wasn't attached to the MCU, you could imagine the re-snap never happens.
Oh yeah.
That'd be fucking sick.
But yeah, that would be
that.
sick. But I also have this very strong image of the final shot of Foggy coming back, so I want that to happen.
Yeah, I do too. I think Foggy and Musty come. Well, I think they've been back for. This is what I would like to see is like it's a misdirect, where they've been back for a minute, and they're coming for like a lunch or a picnic or something, and it's Matt and Kat. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right. Yeah. Actually, you know what? There are like scenes that I've conjured up that give a flavor to this project.
Okay.
I just want to run through. One of them is in the first episode, I think. Yeah, no, that's right. This is what I wanted the end of the first episode to be.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted Matt and Karen, after their respective days, they come back to their apartment and they're sort of like getting dressed. Karen goes, "Are you ready?" Matt goes, "Yeah." And they get in the car and they start driving. And they're driving through New York, post-apocalypse, post-snap landscape. They drive past the giant pillars with all the names on them and stuff of the people who got snapped. But they keep driving. They keep driving. They drive out of New York, drive out into the mountains. They pull up on some dirt track. They get out and walk up a mountain. They reach the top, and there's two rocks there. One says Franklin Nelson, the other says Marcy Nelson. And they kneel down. And I want that to be the end of the first episode.
God,
I reckon that'd be really awesome.
God damn it.
Another scene I want maybe in the first or second episode, I want a scene where Matt, Karen, and what's Matt's mother's name again? Maggie. They sit down for a dinner. Maggie comes over to their apartment as if this is like a weekly ritual they have to attempt a normal life.
Yeah, she's like, "Sorry, I'm late. I brought da-da-da instead of da-da-da."
Yeah, and they've both had a day of just shit, and and I didn't speak anything about Maggie's character, but I think it would be interesting if this snap, if anything, made her more optimistic, made her a bit like, like the fact that those two got spared, and this is like a sign that they need to move on, or not move on, but they need to be grateful and keep living and try start a family, try to live a normal life.
Do you think maybe for her this is like proof that God isn't real? And it's
for
a
Maggie?
relief to her. Yeah, for Maggie, it's a relief to her that she can finally live a material world with her son.
No, I think if anything, it'd be the opposite. I think it would strengthen her
I think you're right.
belief.
I have hope that people will leave religion. I just want the world to be a better place, Pat. I'm sorry. That's a cool idea though. I like.
Yeah, yeah, and I think it's a bit of a cliche, honestly, but this thing about mimicking and trying your best to pretend to live like a normal sort of domestic life is like there's a weird feeling about it, like this weird anxiousness about it.
Yeah, it's like a fraught kind of you're pretending, but it doesn't make it any less real.
Yeah. Anyway, I want that's the kind of scene that's emblematic of this pitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm captivated.
Yeah.
I'm stunned by the direction you went in.
Mm-hmm.
If someone had put a gun to my head, none of this would have been. You know, like it. You kind of went, okay, what is happening holistically here? And then you went, what if it was an interesting story instead of what they did with what the thing was?
Yeah, like it always really confounded me. Like they have this, this snap is like such a fucking event. Like
it's huge.
How would you not explore that in the MCU? And they kind of have like,
it's like that one Spider-Man film
and Hawkeye, like they not really though.
No one
like,
remembers
really.
Hawkeye, man. Bruh, like Hawkeye loses his family, and everyone's like, "Thank God he got rid of that haircut." For real.
Yeah. But yeah, no, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, it's, I don't know. There's so much tragic potential. So juicy, tragic potential.
I like the way that you've selected who gets snapped and who doesn't.
Yeah.
It's really sinister, Pat.
I've taken away all the good people, all the untroubled
You said
people.
you would do that, and
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know how. And then this happened, and I was like, oh, it couldn't have been anything else. You know what it was, Pat?
What?
It was surprising yet inevitable.
Mm-hmm.
You've hit the fucking storytelling nail on the head, my
I'm
friend.
glad to hear that. Thank you, man.
Yeah. Look, I'm enraptured with it. I was obsessed. I was fully in it the whole time. Like I was picturing it. I'm floored by how good this was.
Thank you.
Yeah, y'all got sound off in the comments for Pat for real, because we've been on the mic for about 4 hours now.
Yeah, fuck me.
This was supposed to be 2 hours, but we got so into it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not rare for me. It's rare for most people, where you start something and you just become so invested in it. I love the way that you kind of at various intervals you were like, okay, this is what I'm pitching. However, here is the range.
Yeah. Like, it's just the nature of this exercise. Like, this is so weird. Like,
when are we ever going to do this again?
Exactly. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Yeah. But I'm obsessed with it. It's hard to then, as a producer, be like, okay, now here is the show that we've just done for like a year and a half. But I think this is an emblematic exercise of the method paying off, right? And it's so funny to me that the Sherlock coverage and this ended with a bonus episode that isn't in continuity. Where with the Sherlock one, it was about the fan theories, and with this, it's like your fan pitch. And I think for media, for me at least personally, that affects me in like a existential kind of way. In the same way that Sherlock did, like Sherlock changed me forever. You can go and listen to that, and you can hear me try to articulate what that means for me. I think Daredevil as a show and this method of like, I knew I liked it. I'd never sat down and been like, what is it about this that is so wholly unique in the world of like TV and media? I hadn't done the exercise I've done with Neil Gaiman's Sandman or Patrick Rothfuss's Kingkiller Chronicles. Or the Lord of the Rings books, or indeed the Peter Jackson films. I hadn't done that academic work to reach that. And I think this series for me, and I'm sure you have a similar experience, it's kind of like the phenomenology of watching it and thinking about it and talking about it as it happens, the method itself, which is why I'm so keen to continue the method, is I feel like it has changed my understanding of like what the thing itself is. Like as an object, as a text in time. The thing of Daredevil is everything you just pitched, which is like steep, rich tragedy entrenched in these like kind of fantastical ideas and themes and powers. But it's like, it's interpersonal drama. It's conceptions of self. It's deciding that you know how you work in the world when maybe you don't. Maybe you're guessing or you're hoping, right? And I love the idea of putting a kind of a religious kind of cult in opposition to Matt's cult that is Catholicism, because I'm yeah, let's be honest, that's what it is, right? Like, and so I don't want to underplay how much what you've pitched embodies the thing that we've been talking about. It's a deeply satisfying thing to think about, and I just I think what we're gonna get from Born Again is a deeply grounded crime story. I think it's gonna be a pretty not straightforward because it's Daredevil, but it's gonna be like a pretty grounded, street level thing. And to pitch a story that's like both the ground level thing and also the in the grander context, I think is really exciting to me, and I want to see more of that. That's why I love Andor. It's both. It's a guy who goes on to make sure that not even make sure, he is a small contributor in the Death Star plans getting to Leia, the very start of Star Wars. But it's this grounded, unpleasant story of someone trying to survive under fascism. And I feel that like Daredevil is a very similar kind of story, particularly in the vector of Wilson Fisk. And I feel like your pitch embodies all of that. So I both want to congratulate, and tell you that I'm envious of how good that was.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you.
I'm in adoration of what you pitched to us, and I want to thank you for taking the time and the energy to put it together.
Oh, my pleasure. It was so fun, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I like writing short stories. I've never really made like an outline for a show as if I was like a showrunner, like Drew Goddard or something.
Yeah.
Like this is, it's given me a lot of faith in myself as well. Like, yeah.
This is what I always say. This is why we study media, because it teaches you how to like do stories. And I hope that in this process of the show and the ZeroIndent review as a vehicle, as a method, and ZeroIndent writ large, and everything I've ever done in my career online is kind of in service of like I think so much of the stigma or the difficulty around storytelling is that it's like any expertise. The second that you learn enough to figure out what's going on, there's a big stress where you're like, oh my God, I don't know anything. Like you kind of hit that, you kind of overcome that hurdle of like, you go, I understand how stories work. And then you learn a bit more and you're like, I don't know anything about how stories work. There's so much to learn. And studying one thing over time doesn't just... This is really antithetical to me as a person, because I don't think phenomenology as an exercise has a lot of value, which is basically like, I don't necessarily know that following someone doing something over phenom, which is time, has value to me as like a discipline. But the practice of doing it while studying text does the kinds of things that we've been talking about the entire time that we've done this show, which is being able to put things in season 1 in conversation with season 3, or the defenders in conversation with your pitch, right? That doesn't happen if you watch one season at a time and talk about it, at broad strokes. It requires that you watch things and then you kind of position yourself to have to talk about very discrete details, and specificity balloons out into connectivity. And that's one of the most important things about stories. If there was a takeaway from this process for me, it's how important specificity becomes at scale. Each season of Daredevil feels relevant and arresting and immediate because it's so concerned with the specificity of that season. And I think what a lot of the Marvel vehicle has lost is specificity. It's these big, broad kind of like archetypes of stories that don't have like a tethering to something they're trying to... I mean, Loki season 2 is maybe like the exception because that's so specific. But these things just like lose a vector. They lose a direction. And I think that this experience, for me at least, has solidified some of what I was hoping to come away with from this experience. I don't know about you, but like I definitely understand Batman differently. Of all things, like I feel really differently about that as like a thing now. having done this. I feel it's in some ways it's insufficient to me in comparison, except for the Batman the film, which is like
I was about to say, what, you're gonna say that about the Batman?
I just mean like ideologically. I don't know, like it to, yeah.
You know what? I've learned a lot about what makes like weight and importance. It's so hard to quantify that in stories. I don't know. It's something that is counter to like the popular things nowadays of like not there's an attitude of not taking things too seriously. And meanwhile, and it might stem from like a root of fear of like a failure to convey the proper weight of your story. But man, like it's all I want. It's all I ever want, honestly. And like it's so valuable to be able to like look at something and articulate why it works, why Daredevil works. Yeah.
Yeah, I think to that point, there is like I think in a contemporary context, there is an attraction to a kind of nihilism. Because of the ecology we live in, right? I described it on our Doctor Who coverage, and Mitchie recoiled, where I was like, well, most people consume content through like an algorithm where they just watch short videos. He was like, that's really negative. I kind of went, that's just, you were like, it's descriptive. Like, I think that's telling, right?
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, and so I think the current ecology is such that like it implicates you as a participant in a particular kind of way, which is it kind of to be a participant in the contemporary media ecology means to basically agree that like nothing matters. And that's a really kind of, it's a disappointing thing for me to come to. Like, and so as you say,
it's hideously pernicious.
It is. And as like kind of as a nihilist and a fucking hermit, for me, for me, the opposite of that is important.
Yeah.
Which is the people in my life that I care about and that I invest time in matter to me in like a fucking cosmic sense, right? Like it's not just they're the homies. It's like there is a reverse for every action. There is an equal and opposite reaction. And for me, if you want to be kind of a nihilist and kind of, this, that, and the third, you have to then endorse the opposite of that, which is you have a small amount of people that matter to you. And the same with text. If you develop such strong taste like I have, and you become a weird asshole about like, everyone likes this thing, and you're like, actually, I find it insufficient because of the third act turn. You have to find stuff you love and really endorse it and argue for it strongly and have convictions loosely. And so, like, I love Andor in like a fucking religious schematic kind of way. Like
you really do.
I really do, because it speaks to so much of what my philosophy and my worldview is interested in. But if someone says, actually, I think this aspect of socialism or this aspect of violence and rebellion is problematic, I'm open to it and I'm willing to talk about it. Because I think that, much like Felix, in his Ecology of Machines, it's important to address and redress the kind of violence that comes with society and comes with peoples that want to disagree about stuff. I think it's a real issue. Not that I disagree with cancel culture as an idea, but I think it's an issue for us that it happens. And like, yeah, if someone says some crazy shit or is a type of way, we should probably stop taking them seriously. But the idea that like that's it forever is like a problem to me. That's something Felix talks about, which is like you have to confront the darkness of your society or face it again in 40 years. And we're seeing that. We're seeing the Andrew Tate come in. We're seeing the kind of whiplash of feminism come back at us, right? Third wave feminism is now whiplashed into these young men, causing teachers to quit their jobs because young men are so fucking misogynistic that female teachers can't fucking teach. That's crazy. And I think this is a vehicle, this method, kind of lets us do all of the things we want to do without compromising the here is where I want to be and here is what I believe in deeply, and then here is the opposition. I think it lets both happen. And that was always my kind of desire as a media crit, is to let both things occur.
Oh, well, you spun this into something unbelievably positive and made me very happy.
Yeah, well, and that's always the goal. Is like I want to try and like, yeah, like I want it to be that people can watch Born Again when that comes, if it comes out. Seems like it will.
No, look, that's something I want to be a part of. Like, and
When it comes out, we will be covering it. Doesn't matter.
no. I mean, like your whole ideological thing. Yeah,
Yeah.
like I'm so glad that I'm here with you doing this. Thank you for bringing me on, man.
Dude, this is just now, mutual gratitude society. But it's so difficult to try and like explain what makes you go as a person, what makes like life worth living. But like it's this shit, truly. And yeah, I'm very grateful that this is ridiculous. I'm grateful that you're grateful because you get it, and there's a limited number of people. And for me, that's the antithesis of the kind of the superlative nihilism, which is like I have managed to cultivate somehow and possibly a sort of range of people in my life that get it. And hopefully, and I understand it's a niche. It's not lost on me. I know how small range touches audiences. I understand the spaces we're playing in. But like there are 3,000 other people out there that will get it. And the internet, for all of the evil it's done, for all of the problems it's caused, and for all of the things that Bo Burnham warned us about, there is niche possibility for this stuff to become part of that conversation. And I think Daredevil as a show is a show that is interested in the non-answer. It's interested in art not being solvable. You can watch Daredevil and disagree with Sister Maggie, like, philosophically. You can watch it as an atheist and be like, Daredevil's a fucking idiot. He believes in is a big man upstairs talking to me? You can have all those worldviews and still enjoy the show for what it is. You can lose stuff and you can gain stuff from those perspectives. And I think it's a show that just embodies that.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's kind of like, that was my goal with this show. Secretly, it was to get here, and we did get here to this place. And I was looking at my document. I have 61 pages of notes that
Damn.
I've taken across the period of this recording.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, like it's a lot. Like,
It's all in one doc.
It's one. Yeah, I'm not a madman.
Okay.
It just, you've never seen this, but like it just keeps going.
Wow.
Well, because it lets me do stuff like as we're talking, scroll up and find something.
Yeah.
Control
Okay,
F,
that's smart. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've saved every one of my notes in different
That's
Word docs.
Black stuff is stuff I want to quote in the episode. Like I had a methodology.
Yeah. Okay.
And I wanted to reveal that to you because like
Is this the thing you wanted to reveal to me?
Yeah, well, partly.
Okay.
Because I think it was really important to me that this was like a continuous thing, it was evolving.
Yeah.
We didn't know what it was when it started, but it became what it is. And the zero indent review is going to become this moving forward, which is like long form studies of genre fiction that we care about.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's you and you're involved, or it's these, whoever the kind of revolving cast becomes. No doubt you'll be involved again. I know we want to talk about Sandman.
I'm looking at it right now.
He's peeping it. I know that we want to eventually talk about Assassin's Creed in some formal capacity. I don't know what that means without it being like 20 years of our life.
Oh my god. I'm already preparing. I'm already reading books about the Crusades and stuff. Don't you worry.
I feel like that's a gun to our heads. But there's also other stuff, right? Like I want to talk about some anime that because I don't really do anime. Like I want this to be a format.
Oh, bro, we should talk about Cowboy Bebop.
But if we do that, we have to talk about Darker Than Black. Maybe we should do like a run of anime. I don't know. Because Cowboy Bebop is so good, but also, it's also good. It's the kind of thing where it's good because it denies some of the instincts of the genre in the same way that Daredevil does.
Yeah, I feel that. It is. It makes me wonder how much of a contrarian I am. I just like it because no, that's not true. I like it because it is unconventional, but it's unconventional because it's good.
Yes,
like,
I whole ass like it. But this is my issue. This is my most popular video. This is Behind Baseball. We have to wrap this up at some point. We've been going for like almost 5 hours. My biggest video of all time is the darker than black analysis I did,
Mm-hmm.
and it was so condescending because the analysis was framed as it's good despite being anime,
Mm-hmm.
and I still agree with the like fundamental thesis of the thing, which is like it's a critique of anime, but it's also a fucking awesome anime.
Mm-hmm.
But the way the video comes across is me 10 years ago being like what I said before, which is like I know enough about stories to make a bunch of mistakes about how stories work.
I believe it.
Yeah. And so, you know, this is a whole exercise of humility and trying to come to a place where, like, you know, text is a thing that people produce in time with particular vectors and particular aspects. And art is us trying to explain our emotional responses and the things it evokes. And Daredevil to me is, like, really, really special and important. And for me at least, I think this process will always be really special and important to me. Which sounds ridiculous because it's us just hoofing into microphones for like 40 hours, but way longer than that. That's
That's a
generous.
conservative estimate.
Yeah, we did 40 episodes. Most of them are 2 hours. Like, let's not even. We've been here for a minute. But I just want to say, like, at this juncture, thank you for like watching or listening and sticking along. There are people that are watching them along with us. There are people that aren't and are just here to listen. I'm here for it. We appreciate the heck out of you. It means a lot to me to do it. Like, doing it is more important in some ways, which is very odd, which is a new thing for me. I'm trying to focus on like the doing of the art. But Pat, you know, we'll do pluggables in a second. Do you have any closing thoughts that you want to kind of throw in the hat of this soup that we've ended up in?
I've been saying closing thoughts for the last like 20 minutes.
I know, so have I.
I'm good. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Tell people what I'm gonna do it. Okay, go follow if you're this far in, you're 4.5 hours into a podcast, you're already following A Method to the Madness. This is my plea to the one person who's on the fence. A Method to the Madness is one of my favorite podcasts. It's Patrick and Mitchie. They're my boys, and they cover films. They primarily call Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul these days, but they have a big back catalog of stuff you can go and chase down. It's all really interesting, and it's great because Patrick kind of occupies my role, and Mitchie kind of occupies the straight man, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
But Pat isn't burdened by having done this for like 8 years, so it's a bit more fun and less weird and philosophical. But also they get weird and philosophical, where they kind of cover and break down films and TV shows and kind of talk about the meaning and the philosophy. I'm in like the James Bond one. By the time this comes out, there'll be the Matrix coverage.
Mm-hmm.
They're about to ramp up into doing looking at the calendar. It's real soon. I need to watch that first film. Again, go follow Method of the Madness. They have a website, AMTTM.com. You can find them on Spotify, iTunes, SoundCloud, Stitch. There's one I missed.
Spotify, YouTube.
YouTube is what it is.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
SoundCloud is Stitcher.
Apple Podcasts.
Apple Podcast. Yeah. What's now called? Yeah, it's called Apple Podcasts on iTunes. Mr. 2008 over here.
I know. We only recently corrected that too, so don't worry.
But it's all in the show notes. Go track them down. Go follow them. You're already following them. I don't know who I'm pitching this to. This was a monumental undertaking. This was like a year and a half of our lives. We appreciate the heck out of you guys turning up and checking in whenever you have. If you followed the whole thing, if you followed parts of it, we appreciate the heck out of it. You guys know the deal, ZeroIndent.com, to find links to everything we do, underink.press, to find my books, and to buy merch. You can get yourself a sweet Daredevil and Details tee to commemorate this kind of like genuinely really important part of our lives. You can go do that, and we will continue to make stuff that we care about and that we're interested in. That's going to do it impossibly for Daredevil and the Details, Pat.
Woo!
We did it.
My goodness.
Thank you so much for watching or listening. We will catch you next time on the Zero Indent Review, or wherever you find or consume your Media Crit content. I am just stunned by how much gratitude I feel for this whole thing.
Same, dude. Same.
So go out there, be good to others, and peace. We'll catch you next time.
Appreciate you.